Chapter 8:13 Three Keys. Chapter 8:13 Three Keys. Long Fei really wanted to vomit. He was willing to fight a boss and be beaten by it, but he didn't want to continue. He really couldn't take it. Zhang Qingtian's fingers actually lightly slipped past his palm. Long Fei really wanted to ruthlessly give him a kick and ruthlessly trample him to death. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the ancient stone coffin boundary key, the first time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining ancient stone coffin boundary key, third key. The system sounded out continuously. Long Fei's heart relaxed and he thought to himself, I've finally succeeded. If it was another few seconds, Long Fei would really vomit. His hands abruptly pulled back, covering his chest, as if in pain. He retreated a few steps. Aya, my liver hurts a little. Zhang Xinyue looked at Long Fei and said, That is the location of your heart. Long Fei immediately shifted downwards and said, The range of the pain is too large. Zhang Qingtian took a step forward and asked, Are you all right? There was concern in his voice, but to Long Fei, this kind of voice caused goosebumps to rise all over his body. His heart trembled, and for the first time in his life, he was afraid. Too terrifying. In order to prevent Zhang Qingtian from worrying any further, he immediately changed the topic and asked, How are you going to deal with the ancient gold corpse? Soon. Zhang Qingtian's forehead tightened. Zhang Xinyue said, Zhang Qitian hid the key. I'm afraid we won't be able to find it, and even ancient gold corpse can't open it. Long Fei's face was solemn as he said, Just what is inside? Zhang Xinyue said, We are also not clear about this. We only found the corpse of a strong cultivator, but we are not clear about who he is. Some elders say that they're ancient experts, some elders say that they're foreign experts, and some elders say that they're the divine powerhouse of the prehistoric domain. It's also possible that there's nothing inside at all, but we don't know exactly what it is. However, no matter what kind of expert it is, they will always be in danger. Their bodies contain a large amount of energy. If you are not careful, it will result in a strong impact, and the fusing will suffer heavy injuries. It is an unknown danger, so not activating it will be better for us Wild's family. Zhang Xinyue slowly said. The stronger they were, the more dangerous the ancient corpses became. A slight mistake could lead to a backlash, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This kind of thing was recorded in the Wild's family's genealogy book. Long Fei said, Since that's the case, how do you want to deal with it? If this matter gets out, I'm afraid that your Wild's family will no longer be able to live in seclusion. He must be involved in a dispute. Zhang Xinyue frowned. Just as Long Fei had said, the consequences if news of the ancient gold corpse were to be leaked were unpredictable. He had to think of a way to deal with it. Long Fei said, How about I bring it back to the Shili Desert and let it disappear into the desert forever? Zhang Xian's heart tightened. This was what he wanted. With the three keys in his hand, regardless of whether he could fuse them or not, regardless of the consequences, he had to open it. Curiosity. Zhang Xinyue was overjoyed and said, Are you really willing to help me with this? She also wanted to transport the ancient gold corpse into the desert and bury it there. Even if someone wanted to, they would not be able to find it. Long Fei said, I want to rush back to Sha Town. I need to hurry back to the academy. I helped you bring it along the way. Zhang Qingtian suddenly said, You're leaving? Do you want to stay a few more days? It was good that he didn't say anything. When he said that, Long Fei wanted to fly away immediately. He was really afraid that Zhang Qingtian would crawl into his bed at night. Long Fei said, The faster the better. No one can guarantee that Zhang Qitian did not leak the news. You can make the decision. After all, this was dug up using the blood and sweat of 3 generations. Long Fei acted as if he did not care. He had been planning on how to take the ancient gold corpse out from the beginning. Zhang Xinyue immediately decided. All right, we'll follow your plan. I'll have to trouble you with that. Long Fei going was the best choice. This way he could avoid everyone's eyes and ears. Long Fei said, "Oh right, Black Knife Uncle's daughter and my bald brothers." At this moment, a group of people walked in from the entrance of the ancestral hall. It was Baldy and the others. Amongst these people was a little girl. Her eyes were deaf and she could not see anything. However, she was more sensitive to auras than anyone else. She instantly sensed her father's position and ran up to him. "Daddy." The Black Knife's face tightened, turned and ran up, her eyes moistened, as she pulled the little girl into her embrace. Yuner. Seeing them embracing each other, Long Fei's heart faintly moved, as an envious expression emerged on his face. "My father, where are you now?" Sigh. Deep in his heart, he also wanted fatherly love. One of the reasons to enter the immortal domain was to find his father, Long Zhanting. But now, he could only guess that Xiao Wandao had seen his father before, where his father was now, and whether he was still alive. Dao Ba and He Shan also ran forward. Looking at the Baldy and the one-eyed man, they said excitedly, "It's good that they are alive, it's good that they are alive." Black Knife pulled her daughter along as she walked in front of Long Fei. She abruptly shouted and was about to kneel down. At this moment, Long Fei held him back and said, "Uncle, I can't." If not for Long Fei, the Black Knife would have died in the Dawnshroud Valley. If not for Long Fei, he would not have been able to see his daughter. His daughter was the only thing he could rely on, the only thing he had the courage to live on. The Black Knife said heavily, "Thank you." These 2 words were heavier than 10,000 gold coins, and he hadn't even said those 2 words to Chen Duo, whose life was in his hands. Towards Long Fei, his heart was filled with gratitude. Not the gratitude of his life, but the gratitude of his daughter. Long Fei gently patted the little girl's head. Other than her eyes, she looked very cute. His heart was moved as he asked, "Ancestor, is there a way?" Yen Huang Ancestor smiled slightly and said, "I knew that you would ask. Her eyes aren't born with hearing loss, they should have a way. It would be hard if he was born blind. Since the forefather had said so, then it must be possible." Long Fei squatted down and scratched the little girl's nose. "Little girl, do you want to see your father again? Do you want to see the blue sky, white clouds, flowers and trees?" Yuner excitedly asked, "Big brother, can I see these things again? I like white clouds, like cotton candy, but my eyes—" Long Fei replied, "It's all right, big brother has a way." The Black Knife looked at Long Fei, her face darkened as she asked, "Do you really have a way?" Long Fei laughed. "My God Emperor Academy's students, God Emperor Academy has the best medical masters in the entire continent, there must be a way." The Black Knife was excited. Long Fei was secretly excited in his heart. "Arrogant Knife King Kong, I've chosen you." Chapter 814, My Name, Giant Spirit. Chapter 814, My Name, Giant Spirit. Everything was ready. Long Fei did not want to stay here for even a second, so he brought enough water, and the food started to flow towards the Shili Desert. This time, Long Fei was the leader. The Black Knife uncle carried a flag. One day later, Yuner said to Long Fei, "Big brother, they aren't following us anymore." Long Fei muttered, "They didn't follow us? This does not seem to be Zhang Xinyue's style." However, Long Fei did not neglect this and thought in his heart, "Let's talk after we enter the Dawnshroud Valley." Also, Long Fei said to the other brothers in the group, "All of you stay here for a while, let's see if we can find the 9-flower fairy grass." This was his God Emperor Academy's mission. He needed to rely on these missions to gain points for his alchemy. 2 days later, Long Fei and the group entered Sunset Valley. Dao Ba, He Shan, you 2 guard the entrance. Baldy, One-Eyed, the 2 of you go guard the exit. Long Fei ordered the other brothers to search the Dawnshroud Valley to see if anyone else was there. Black Knife Uncle, guard outside the cave. Aside from Yuner, everyone else had been commanded to leave by Long Fei. Yuner said softly, Big brother, there's no one else in the entire Dawn Shroud Valley. No one else from the Wild Mountain City has followed anyone else. Yen Huang ancestor said, "It's indeed as she said, there is no one else in this valley. This little lady is not simple. She can clearly feel any aura in the surroundings moving. Even if it's the demon beasts, she can feel it. She's not simple at all. It should be because she has some kind of blood vein in her body. Maybe the reason behind her eyes being like that is because the blood vein's power is too strong." Yen Huang ancestor said in shock. Long Fei's focus was all on Black Knife Uncle. He didn't pay much attention to Yun'er's special abilities. Hearing the Yen Huang ancestor say this, his heart trembled, and he thought to himself, was it caused by fusing with a blood vein? Yen Huang ancestor said, "I am only guessing, but this little girl is much stronger than his father. If the power in her body were to explode, she would definitely be very terrifying." "Kid, you've picked up a treasure." Long Fei's heart trembled. However, no matter how strong Yun'er was, Long Fei had never cared about it. When Yen Huang ancestor said that there was a way, he would definitely help Yun'er cure her eyes with all his might. This was a man's promise. Huff! Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh and muttered, "It's about to start." The reason why he had sent all these people out was because he wanted to open the ancient sarcophagus. He asked the Yen Huang ancestor, "Ancestor, are you ready?" Yen Huang ancestor was also impatient. "It's been prepared a long time ago, I really want to see what kind of person is inside. I don't believe that it's an ancient gold corpse." According to Zhang Xinyue, there were many possibilities. Ancient gold corpse. Divine powerhouse. Great desolate giant god. The other possibility was that there was nothing inside. With the exception of the last possibility, there was a certain level of danger in all other possibilities. Long Fei said to Yun'er, "Wait, if you sense anything later, don't be shocked. If I tell you to run, quickly run in the direction of your father." Yun'er obediently nodded and said, "Yun'er will remember." "It's starting." Long Fei's palms oozed cold sweat, and he couldn't help but become nervous. He was finally about to take off the veil of the ancient gold corpse, and he couldn't control the excitement in his heart. Patriarch. The Yen Huang ancestor moved. He took the initiative to open the boundaries that had been set up by him. All right. Long Fei moved and took out the first boundary key. Buzz! The boundary key floated up and then landed on the huge stone coffin. A burst of light burst out from the sarcophagus and absorbed the key. At the same time, the sound of metal gears turning could be heard from within the sarcophagus. Kacha boom! It was as if a surge of energy had opened up, breaking the first seal. Just like before, the second key was once again absorbed by the boundary on the sarcophagus. A mechanical roar sounded and the second boundary's power was released. "It's the last boundary." Long Fei frowned as he stared at the last flow of boundary's power on the sarcophagus. His heart became more and more excited. What could it be? Mountain of immortal crystals? A soul treasure covered the ground? There should be a lot of such peerless powerhouses who would accompany them in death, right? Long Fei was extremely excited. Yen Huang ancestor said, "Your aura is getting stronger and stronger. Brat, don't think about those good things. You should be careful." Yen Huang ancestor was getting nervous. Long Fei swallowed hard and took out the third key. Buzz! The third key was absorbed by the boundary. Long Fei stood Yun'er behind him and took a few steps back. Kacha boom! With a boom, the third boundary on top of the sarcophagus opened. The sarcophagus also began to slowly slide down. It was very ear-piercing. Yun'er suddenly grabbed onto Long Fei's arm and said, "Big brother, such a powerful aura. Yun'er has never felt such a powerful aura before." The Yen Huang ancestor also added, "Very powerful." At the same time, his blood was boiling. Yen Huang ancestor had not felt this kind of sensation for a long time. "Brat, you must be careful." Boom! When the sarcophagus landed, it was visible with the naked eye. Waves of gaseous flames came out from the sarcophagus, a light yellow gaseous flame, and the aura it gave off made Long Fei feel a sense of familiarity. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Huff! Long Fei exhaled a heavy breath. The stone coffin had already been opened, and no matter how dangerous it was, he had to go up and take a look. Long Fei took a step forward and jumped to the side of the sarcophagus. Yi Zichen looked inside the sarcophagus. At this moment, the lifelike body inside the sarcophagus opened its eyes wide as it stared at Long Fei. Long Fei was so frightened that his legs instantly went soft. At the same time, his heart was incomparably aghast. This is. Everything before him was filled with incomparable shock. Just as the Yen Huang ancestor had said, there was a huge space inside the coffin, and the corpse that Long Fei had seen was also incomparably huge. He was a giant. Dressed in golden armor, the supergiant had a huge battle axe beside him. The power emitted from his body made Long Fei tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, boom! Long Fei's idea was suddenly absorbed by a powerful force. Be careful! Boss, be careful! Even the Yen Huang ancestor didn't have time to react. Golden Dragon Master also did not have time to react. Everything was too fast. Long Fei's idea entered a mysterious space. In front of him stood a giant, a supergiant. Giant's eyes widened. Are you the one I want to wait for? His voice was filled with an incomparably terrifying pressure. It was unbearable. Since he was sucked into the space, Long Fei went all out and asked, "Who are you?" The giant said softly, "My name is Giant Spirit." Chapter 8:15 Flower Fairy Grass. Chapter 8:15 Flower Fairy Grass. The moment the voice fell, it exploded in Long Fei's mind. It was as if 10,000 thunder rumbled. Giant Spirit? These two words echoed in Long Fei's mind. Giant Spirit, are you a giant spirit god? Giant was stunned. You really are the person I want to wait for. Holy sh*t. Long Fei shouted, Li Yuanba. The head of the Holy King Kong and the flowing blood vein in Li Yuanba's body is the divine giant spirit blood vein. Could it be? Long Fei's expression became more and more shocked. Oh my God! I was wondering. Why do I keep having the feeling that the visual impact of the coffin on Li Yuanba's back is extremely strong? So. Long Fei looked at the supergiant and said, "The person you're waiting for isn't me, but I know who it is." The supergiant trembled and said, "It's not you." Long Fei said, "The person you are waiting for is my brother, the one who passed down your divine spirit blood vein." The Titan said, "Then where is he?" Long Fei was startled and was stumped for words. That's right. Where is Yuanba now? Long Fei felt lost, as if he had lost his brother. Where were they right now? He actually couldn't tell. He didn't know what had happened in the South Horizon region. He did not know why Li Yuanba and the others did not join forces with him. He didn't know. The Lang Qinli he sent out still had not returned. What exactly happened here? Long Fei really wanted to know. The Titan asked again, "Then where is he now?" Long Fei answered firmly, "No matter where he is, I will help you find him. I will also help you find my brothers." No matter what happened in the South Horizon region, Li Yuanba and the others were his brothers. If anyone dared to touch them, he would definitely make them regret coming to this world. The Titan's spirit slightly moved. It seemed that the giant spirit god trusted Long Fei a lot as it said, "All right, then I'll wait for you. He's the only one who can combine my power." Long Fei said excitedly, "Understood, even if I confuse it, I will not." He would never fight over things with his brothers. Even if it was such a primordial divine existence, he wouldn't fight with Li Yuanba for it. Not everyone could become brothers. The meaning of the word brother wasn't something anyone could understand. After knowing the identity of the supergiant, Long Fei never had the thought of fusing with it. Right now, he was looking forward to the scene of Li Yuanba carrying this coffin on his back. They were looking forward to him fusing with the power of the Titan. He was looking forward to it. Buzz. With a huge sound, Long Fei withdrew his idea and his body quickly returned to normal. Yuner anxiously asked, "Big brother, are you all right?" In that instant earlier, she had seemingly been unable to sense the existence of Long Fei's aura. Yan Huang Ancestor also asked, "Are you all right?" Just now, only Long Fei's idea had entered the space unique to the Titan God. The Patriarch himself did not know what had happened. Long Fei replied, "I'm fine." Excited, he asked, "Ancestor, do you know who that fellow is?" Yan Huang Ancestor asked, "Who is it?" Long Fei said excitedly, "Giant Spirit God, he has come to find Li Yuanba, ha ha ha, Lubi is his descendant, ha ha ha. Li Yuanba is about to ascend to the heavens." Long Fei was very excited to see a strong brother. Yan Huang Ancestor was also stunned. Great desolate Imperium, Giant Spirit? It really exists? Even the Yan Huang Ancestor was extremely shocked as he muttered to himself, "If it really is the Giant Spirit God, then the tempo of the Lubi going up to the sky is about to begin." Long Fei said, "Right now I really want to know where Li Yuanba is. I really want him to fuse with the Giant Spirit God." Yan Huang Ancestor said, "Don't worry, they will be fine." Huff! Long Fei's heart sank. Just what happened? He really wanted to know. However, Long Fei did not want to return to the southern domain. If something really big happened, then it would be useless even if he went back. He needed to become stronger. He needed to become stronger. Long Fei closed the sarcophagus and said to the Yan Huang Ancestor, "Ancestor, I would like to put the sarcophagus inside. Do you have a way?" Long Fei thought as if the Giant Spirit God knew. Buzz. The gigantic stone coffin directly entered the space ring on Long Fei's finger. Yan Huang Ancestor said, "My ability is still insufficient to store it inside. If it was possible, I would have done so on the way here. If they could put it into the space ring, Chen Shuang and the others would have done it long ago." After the stone coffin entered the space ring, Long Fei walked to Yuner's side, held her hand, and said slightly, "Yuner, let's go." The stone coffin suddenly disappeared. Yuner could not feel it and felt it was odd, but she did not ask. She nodded slightly and said, "N?" Outside the cave, the black knife was gone. Long Fei did not think too much about it, and his body sank down. Sky Tyrant strike. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire cave collapsed, and he had to create an illusion. At this moment, Dao Ba, He Shan and the others had rushed over. Only after seeing that Long Fei was fine did they relax. Seeing the mountain collapse, Dao Ba asked, "Boss, did you take care of the ancient gold corpse?" Long Fei laughed, and he had to hide this matter, and could not let the news of the ancient gold corpse be leaked out. He could not do it in the past, and even more so now, he could not do it. One had to know that the prehistoric divine powerhouse was much stronger than the ancient gold corpse. Everyone except the black knife had rushed over. Long Fei could not help but ask, "Have you seen the black knife before?" Yuner giggled, "Big brother, don't worry. My father can't lose him, he's outside the canyon." Following that, Yuner smiled, "My father found what you wanted." Huh! Long Fei was shocked and asked, "9-flower fairy grass?" Yuner nodded and said, "Yes, it is the 9-flower fairy grass. I can sense its existence." Long Fei looked at Yuner and said, "Did you tell Uncle the location of the 9-flower fairy grass just now?" Yuner stuck out her tongue, hee. Long Fei was secretly shocked. This little lady is really too powerful, she's simply a living treasure detector. Half an hour later, the black knife held onto an immortal herb with 9 different flowers and came to Long Fei's side, saying, "This should be the 9-flower fairy grass, right?" Long Fei said gratefully, "Thank you." Black Knife Uncle smiled foolishly, "You're welcome." This was the first time Long Fei saw a black knife laughing. Yuner started laughing excitedly. "Father, please laugh. Father, please laugh." She was happy. She knew what the knot in her father's heart was. All these years, he had been working hard. Even if it was just a smile, it was an act. That smile just now was from the bottom of his heart. This was because the black knife saw hope in Long Fei to heal his daughter's eyes. Long Fei said, "Let's return to Sha Town." Chapter 8:16 Blood Cases Caused by Two Words. Chapter 8:16 Blood Cases Caused by Two Words. 8 days later. God Emperor Academy. College of War Martial Arts, Aoya's residence. "Is he back yet?" Aoya glared at Wang Qingshan aggressively, her eyes filled with rage, as if she had enmity with someone. He, of course, was referring to Long Fei. Wang Qingshan shook his head bitterly. "Teacher, not yet. Every day, he would come here to report back. Every time he came here, his heart would be as heavy as a grave. Because, if Long Fei did not return, he would be punished. 100,000 times drawing the sword." Aoya didn't hesitate at all. He didn't come back 100,000 times, all the way until he came back. Wang Qingshan wanted to die. "Teacher, what does Long Fei not coming back have to do with me? It's not like I let him out, why was I the one to be punished?" He really couldn't figure it out. Because of the two words, superimposed, he had been punished every day for the past month or so, so when he had practiced the sword drawing arts, he had been forced to vomit. Why? Why is that? He really wanted to know. But Aoya didn't say anything at all, she simply didn't explain to him. As long as Long Fei didn't come back, she simply said, 100,000 times drawing the sword. It was really hard to bear. He still wanted to use these 2 months to train his insight into sword skill. Now, forget about his insight into sword skill. He didn't even have time to cultivate at all. Who did I offend this time? Wang Qingshan felt that the heavens shouldn't have, but instead just ignored him. Long Fei, oh Long Fei, you have truly troubled me. Wang Qingshan felt bitter in his heart. I have to provoke someone, and I have to provoke teacher Aoya. Don't you know that she's a sword fanatic, and even more so a tyrant? Aoya looked at Wang Qingshan and said, "Go back. Come back tomorrow. If I don't master the 100,000 sword techniques today, I will learn 200,000 techniques tomorrow." Aoya's face was solemn. She did not seem like she was joking with Wang Qingshan at all. Wang Qingshan replied softly, then dragged his exhausted body and walked out of the courtyard. Sigh. Long Fei, I really owe you from my past life. Why should I listen to you? What happened to me? Just 2 words alone tortured me for a month. Wang Qingshan wanted to cry. In the yard. Oya frowned. What happened after the stack? Within the span of an entire month, she had increased the power of her insight into sword skill by 20%. However, right now she was caught up in another doubt, one which she was unable to resolve. After thinking for an entire month, she still could not come up with a single clue. She only thought of Long Fei. If she knew where Long Fei was, she would have still rushed over to look for him. Oya was a very real person. Once she met with a problem, she wanted to solve it immediately. The more she kept it to herself, the more impatient she became. Since you can point out the superposition, then you must know how to explode after superposition, right? Kid, where the hell are you? Why aren't you coming back yet? Aoya was even more anxious than Wang Qingshan. In this period of time, she didn't even have the mood to attend lessons. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Long Fei. Outside the town, at the teleportation array. Achoo-choo. Damn, who's scolding me? Long Fei sneezed a few times in succession, feeling very unhappy. Yuner giggled. Big brother, don't tell me you've caught a cold? Long Fei said. Big brother is very strong, how would I catch a cold? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard another sneeze. He muttered in his heart, don't tell me I've really caught a cold? He had been out for almost a month, so he had to hurry back. Long Fei looked at the black knife and said, "Uncle, you must hurry to God Emperor City and tell them that I asked them to come here. The teleportation formation is unable to bring people back." If it was possible, Long Fei would disregard the Academy's rules and bring them back, but this kind of teleportation circle cannot. Thus, Black Knife S could only go to God Emperor City. Long Fei looked at Dao Ba and said, "You have all come to God Emperor City, your stage is not here, and I need your help. All of you come to God Emperor City." If the Black Knife was the 7th King Kong Arrogant Knife King Kong, then the only thing missing from the current Arhat King Kong was a total of 8 King Kong. Once the 8 Great Diamond missions were completed, one could trigger an item. To establish a sect. Although Long Fei could also create a sect now, the system definitely mentioned that the method to create a sect was different from what he had imagined. And then again, Long Fei needed his own power now. He needed to build up his own powerful force. The Pan family's power was too huge, and it was the same for Guwuji. Even the Heavenly Hall of Immortals S, or even the Dark Domain S, could become his enemies. If he wanted to crush them all, then he must have his own forces to contend against them. Dao Ba's group's strength was not bad. All of them had been through hundreds of battles. Tears welled up in Dao Ba's eyes. "Boss, we will definitely go." Hei Shan also said, "We will definitely go." Long Fei stepped into the teleportation circle and activated it. He looked at them and said, "I'll be waiting for you in God Emperor City." A white light flashed. Long Fei also disappeared. Black Knife Uncle carried her daughter and said, "Let's go as well." Yuner muttered, "Father, are we really going to the God Emperor City?" The Black Knife said, "Of course, the God Emperor Academy has the best medical masters in the entire world. They will definitely be able to cure your eyes." Long Fei had promised him before. He believed that Long Fei would definitely be able to cure his daughter's eyes. Yuner giggled, "Father, I have no eyes, it's the same. As long as I can be with Father, Yuner will be very happy." The Black Knife's hands tightened. She was only an 8-year-old girl. Never seeing in a lifetime? Long Fei had given him hope, and as long as there was hope, he had the motivation to continue living. Dao Ba waved his arm and said, "We will also go to God Emperor City. Not far away." Zhang Xinhua looked at Long Fei disappearing, feeling a little disappointed. She had always been following Long Fei and the others, and had only used a special kind of stealth technique unique only to Wild's family S. Orchid muttered, "He really left the ancient gold corpse in the desert." Zhang Xinhua smiled slightly, looked at the sky and muttered, "Long Fei, I owe you, I will definitely repay you in the future." If not for Long Fei, she would have already been chased out of Wild's family. If not for Long Fei, her family would have gone astray again. She thanked Long Fei in her heart, but she did not express her gratitude. She was representing the desolate spirit family, the family that was ranked 30 in the gods' martial continent. "I will definitely return it," Zhang Xinhua said firmly. At this moment, in the center of God Emperor Academy's legendary array, a white light flashed. Long Fei walked down from the array. "I'm finally back." Chapter 8:17 Chasing a Girl or a Foundling Expert. Chapter 8:17 Chasing a Girl or a Foundling Expert. The moment they walked out of the formation, many people looked at Long Fei. "Who is this person? Have you seen this man? Why does he look like a black refugee? Is it someone from our God Emperor Academy? Is he poisoned? Senior brother, were you poisoned? Do you need help?" Long Fei was very black. It was so dark that you couldn't even recognize it. If you stayed in the desert for a month, you would be very dark without any protection from the sun. Long Fei was now like this. Long Fei said, "Thank you, junior sister, I was not poisoned." Finished. Long Fei immediately rushed towards the mission hall, his head lowered. He did not dare meet anyone. On the way, everyone who saw him couldn't help but glance at him. Their minds were filled with doubts. Who was this guy? There's actually such a dark person in this world? Could it be demons? Long Fei ran to the mission hall, walked to the mission window and said, "Hand in the mission." It was still the little junior sister who gave him the dew pellet the last time they met. She recognized Long Fei with a single glance and laughed out loud when she saw how dark Long Fei's face was. "Senior brother, are you that suntanned?" Long Fei also laughed and said, "The dew pellet that you gave me last time was used well, and you refined it pretty well too." Last time, if she didn't give him the dew pellet, Long Fei really wouldn't have been able to hold on. He felt extremely grateful in his heart. Long Fei was the first to say that her alchemy refinement was not bad. She stuck out her small tongue and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your praise." Long Fei took out the 9-flower fairy grass and said, "It's not a compliment, it's really not bad." The little junior sister was a little shocked when she received the 9-flower fairy grass, and muttered, "So this is a 9-flower fairy grass, She's so beautiful, it doesn't look the same no matter how many flowers there are." Long Fei said, "The next time I go to the desert, I will give one to you." The little junior sister giggled and said, "Thank you, senior brother, but I still feel sorry for you. It's too dark, ha ha ha." She couldn't help but laugh. The smile was very bright and happy. After handing in the mission, Long Fei's alchemy points had reached 50, and he was still 250 points away from entering the alchemy competition. He muttered to himself, "A B-grade mission requires a month's time, there's still a month before I can't register. I have to hurry up. I can't take on missions like searching for items in the future. It's too difficult." Long Fei did not want to spend another month to complete a quest. The time cost was too high and the reward was too low. Moreover, this time, he only broke through only one level every month. This was unacceptable to Long Fei. Next time, you must upgrade it with a task. To enter some deep mountains and swamps, one had to enter a place filled with demon beasts. After handing in the mission, Long Fei laid on the ground and looked at the little junior sister. "I saw that you were a little unhappy just now, what's wrong?" The little junior sister said, "It's nothing. I became happy when I saw senior brother, and he even said some words to reward me. I became even more happy." He. Long Fei said, "If you have anything you're unhappy about, you can tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely help you." The little girl was not bad. Most importantly, she had helped him. It was nice talking to her. Little junior sister was moved to a complete mess as she said, "Thank you, senior brother." Long Fei laughed and said, "I live in the logistics department. If there is anything you need, you can look for me there. I'm leaving first." The little junior sister nodded and said, "I'll remember it." When Long Fei walked out of the mission hall, Yan Huang Ancestor said, "Little miss, you almost had to marry her. Look at how touched she is. Brat, I didn't expect you to be an expert in picking up girls." Indeed. The little junior sister was indeed moved to a complete mess by Long Fei. Long Fei looked at him with disdain. "Ancestor, can you not think the same as you? This girl is not bad, if not for his dew pellet, I would have died in Shili Desert." Yan Huang Ancestor said, I still don't know about you. You must be interested in me. Tell me, how do you want to win her over?" "Pfft! You old pervert, your thoughts are too filthy. Beasts are inferior to even a little girl, yet you can think of such a thing." Long Fei started to despise her ruthlessly. He really did not have such thoughts. It was just praise, simple gratitude, and that little junior sister was really not bad. A person with a sweet, clean, white face would reveal 2 dimples when they smiled, making people feel comfortable. Logistics Department. When the Sun Data went out to do some work, it was only Long Fei. Long Fei entered the door not even a minute ago. Wang Qingshan rushed over in a hurry, looking at Long Fei who was so dark that he could not recognize him. He was stunned for a moment. Who are you? Long Fei. After reacting for half a second, Wang Qingshan burst out laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha. Long Fei, you are Long Fei, ha ha. It's so funny. You deserve it. Long Fei did not understand. How did I get what I deserved? Wang Qingshan stretched out his right hand. His right hand was bleeding profusely, and his whole hand was covered in calluses. Long Fei looked at Wang Qingshan with a strange gaze and said, Damn, is your pipe reinforced? You've already rolled up your hands like this? Wang Qingshan said, What bullsh *t, I've been hurt so badly by you, come with me right now, if you don't follow me, I really kneel for you. As he spoke, he felt like crying. This month, he was really going to collapse. If Long Fei did not return, he really had to go to Shili Desert to find Long Fei. Long Fei said, Damn, how did I harm you? Don't spout nonsense, just do as you're told, don't. Suddenly, Long Fei thought about the pavilion master of the Wilds family and his special hobby, Zhang Qingtian, and felt a chill in his heart. He immediately retreated a few steps and looked at Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan was stunned. You. Don't say so much. Wang Qingshan suddenly went forward and grabbed onto Long Fei's hand and said, Just follow me, if I hand you over, I'll be safe. He grabbed Long Fei tightly, as if he was afraid that Long Fei would run away. Long Fei looked at the small forest in front of him and said, Senior brother Wang, you won't drag me into the small forest, will you? I'm really not gay, how about I accept an old friend for you? He likes whips, drops of wax, chains and so on. Let me introduce you to him. He's hungry right now. Wang Qingshan completely ignored him. Right now, he wished that he could immediately bring Long Fei in front of Aoya so that he could be free from this predicament. Chapter 8:18 Comprehending Semi-God Step. Chapter 8:18 Comprehending Semi-God Steps. After struggling for a long time, Wang Qingshan still did not let go. He no longer wanted to practice the sword-drawing arts, and just thinking about it made him want to vomit. Seeing his expression, Long Fei really thought he was gay. He wanted to puke when he thought of Zhang Qingtian. After passing through the small forest, Long Fei was slightly relieved and said, Senior brother Wang, just tell me, where are you bringing me to exactly? Wang Qingshan replied, You'll know once we get there. Wang Qingshan dragged Long Fei and walked in the direction of the College of War Martial Arts. On the way, there was a flurry of discussion. Isn't he a black man who just entered the Academy's wind cloud list? Why is he stopped by another senior brother, and so tightly at that? What is he trying to do? Does he have a special hobby? No, it should be because the senior brother's hobbies are a little special, and he likes it even when he likes it like this? Outside, the mysterious black senior brother was forcefully taken away by another senior brother. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Other than his nickname, half an hour ago, Long Fei immediately charged to the 7th place on the wind cloud list like a black man. Now, in less than 10 minutes, he had once again made it to the 5th place on the wind cloud list. Fortunately, there were no newspapers or media in this world. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go on the headlines tomorrow. Bringing Long Fei to Aoya's residence, Wang Qingshan said, Go in. Long Fei was suspicious. Where are we? Wang Qingshan said, You can go in. Since he is here, Long Fei will enter as well. When he stepped into the courtyard, Wang Qingshan immediately closed the door and shouted, Teacher Aoya, I have brought him to you, please do not let me practice the sword-drawing arts again. With that, he locked the door. Wang Qingshan said, Young Master Long, I'm sorry, I've been hurt by you for a month, and if you don't come back soon I'll collapse. Don't worry, Teacher Aoya is indeed strict, but she won't kill you. Oya was indeed strict, but she never made fun of a student's life. Based on Wang Qingshan's understanding of Oya's teacher, Long Fei would definitely receive a round of punishment. It would probably be very miserable, but his life wouldn't be in danger. Wang Qingshan glanced at the courtyard and murmured, "Young Master Long, you have to hold on." Finished. Wang Qingshan then walked away. Hearing Wang Qingshan's words, Long Fei finally understood that this was Aoya's residence. Grand Duelist? My sword force King Kong? Long Fei trembled slightly. The mission has already passed 2 months, but there is no progress on Sword Force King Kong at all, and Long Fei took a look at the affability level with Aoya. -199 points. This is the pace of a mission failing. Perfect. I am going to look for Sword Force King Kong and see if there is any way to take her down. I can go check if Black Knife Uncle is really arrogant Knife King Kong or not. Long Fei was thinking about this matter. It was very simple to look at the yard. There was a plum tree, a few pots of flowers and grass, and on the other side was a small training field. Martial arts arena's floor tiles had been wiped white. His footsteps were very special. Long Fei looked at it and then shivered. This step is so sharp, looks like this floor tile has been worn down for at least more than 10 years? Long Fei tried to practice it. Ding! Comprehension failed. Huh! The system suddenly sounded out. Long Fei was secretly shocked. To think that he failed to comprehend it, then this set of steps must have exceeded my imagination. Following that, Long Fei grinned. I want to see how powerful your steps are. Every step he took gave him a different feeling. Furthermore, every time he took a step, Long Fei felt a strong sword intent rushing towards him. Very powerful. Ding! Comprehension failed. Ding! Comprehension failed. The system kept beeping. The more defeated Long Fei was, the more he would not admit defeat. I don't believe it either. His footsteps grew faster and faster, and the aura of sword intent grew stronger and stronger. As he swam, his hands also moved incessantly, as if they were grabbing onto a sword, unceasingly releasing sword moves along with his footsteps. Buzz! Rumble! Explosions sounded out in the air, and the more Long Fei trained, the more shocked he became. This set of steps is really strong. Furthermore, it's uncertain. One could take the first step, the second step, or go from the first step all the way to the third step and skip a step. Ding! Comprehension failed. The system was still ringing with the sounds of failure. The more Long Fei refused to accept this, the more he continued to cultivate, and in his mind, he had already memorized more than 10 sword moves and steps, and was continuously analyzing them. After an hour, ding! Congratulations, player Long Fei, for comprehending the ethereal footwork. You have gained 100 experience points, 100 power of celestial points, and 100 special points. Do you wish to cultivate it? Long Fei thought to himself. Cultivate. Immediately, a new skill was added to the Qi method bar. Looking at the description given by the ethereal footwork, Long Fei was slightly shocked as he thought to himself. To think that I would need to spend an hour to comprehend the steps to reach the divine half-god level. He was able to comprehend an immortal grade semi-god cultivation technique in an hour. This is heaven-defying. Aoya had trained for a full 16 years, starting from the moment she started training in this set of ethereal footwork. However, up until now, she didn't dare to say that she had completely comprehended it. Long Fei only used an hour. The only thing that could be said was that it was abnormal. If Aoya knew about this, she would probably want to tie Long Fei up here. An unexpected harvest. Long Fei laughed. The ethereal footwork, from now on, it is my, Long Fei's, special steps for sword moves, hee. At this time, Long Fei glanced at the courtyard. You haven't come back yet? Teacher Oya? Long Fei called out again. The door to the hall was open, but there was no reply. Oya! Long Fei shouted once more, but there was still no response. Long Fei muttered, Why are you not coming back at this time? At this time, Long Fei was not as reserved as he was before, walking straight into the hall, and calling out again, "Aoya? Seems like he really isn't here." Just as Long Fei was about to leave, he heard a sound coming from the right room. He walked over and stretched his head out to take a look, and his entire body felt like he had been electrocuted. Blood was coming out of his nose. Aoya was taking a bath. Moreover, she had fallen asleep. Half of her twin peaks were exposed, and the petals in the bath barrel weren't dense. One could vaguely see her body. Wah! Ka! A benefit? Long Fei's heart grew excited. He had to say that Aoya's body was extremely sharp, like a chest, buttocks, and buttock. Furthermore, her cold eyes made countless of men feel like conquering her. Young killer. Gudong. Long Fei's Adam's apple bobbed up and down slightly, and the aura on his body also changed. At this moment, Aoya suddenly opened her eyes and shouted, "Who is it?" Long Fei's mind tensed up. Crap. Chapter 819 Challenge, The Sword Master. Chapter 819 Challenge, The Sword Master. Oya was tired. This month, she was really tired. Every day, she would be in a state where she could break her scalp, and then, she would be constantly cultivating the insight into sword skill and the mysterious footwork that her father had taught her. After superimposing the insight into sword skill, she would be able to have a breakthrough and would be trapped in a sword Dao maze without being able to leave. She didn't like this kind of situation. Since she was troubled by a problem, it also made her unable to progress in her step. Since she couldn't find a way out, she could only train with all her might. For the rest of the day, she did not have much time to rest. She could only soak in the medicinal bath in the afternoon, allowing her body to quickly recover. She also fell into a deep slumber. This was the only time she rested during the day. It was also because of this that she slept soundly. She did not hear Long Fei yell at all, but it was just that. She sensed a trace of the opposite sex. At first, when he thought that Wang Qingshan was looking for her, he was enraged and wanted to say something, but when he realized that the person in the door was not Wang Qingshan, he became even more furious. Boom! The water splashed like swords towards Xiang Longfei. Water splashed on the door frame, and Long Fei instantly retreated backwards. Whoosh whoosh! Aoya also grabbed a few seconds' time and flew up from the bath barrel. She didn't have time to grab the clothes properly and rolled her body, covering the most important part of her body. Following that, Shwa! Wang! The sword intent on his body suddenly exploded as his sword thrust out. Pervert, give me your life. Indeed, Aoya would not take her disciple's life as a joke. But if he took a bath and got peeked at, then it would be a different story. Boom! A powerful sword intent rushed towards Xiang Longfei, causing Long Fei's idea to shiver. The sword intent of the infinite sword was also angered, and immediately combusted, directly colliding with it. The clash between the sword sage and the heavenly sword goddess? Sword intent versus sword intent. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continuously sounded in the air as sword intent clashed. The two sword intents were equally matched, and Long Fei's sword intent was even slightly stronger. However, Long Fei was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Wild Immortal Realm, while Aoya was already in the Blood Immortal Realm. Therefore, even if the sword intent had the advantage, Long Fei was still forced to retreat by the cultivation that Aoya had released. Crash! The door was punctured and split into pieces. A thin, round sword thrust out. It locked onto the space between Long Fei's eyebrows. Long Fei was shocked. You want my life? His heart exploded. Level 5 unparalleled. Open. Boom! At the same time, he released the ethereal footwork, causing his body to look like an illusion. He moved erratically and cleverly to avoid Aoya's sword. He landed in the middle of the yard. Aoya was startled. Seeing the familiar pace that Long Fei displayed, her heart sank. Who are you, black man? Long Fei stabilized his body and said again and again, I'm not a black man. I was brought here by someone. Aoya glared at him and said, You still dare to quibble? Not only did you peek at me taking a bath, you also peeked at me practicing my sword moves. If you don't explain yourself today, I want you to lie here. With that, Aoya rushed forward once again, her sword moves becoming even more powerful. She had a fiery temper. She would strike at the slightest disagreement, not giving Long Fei the chance to explain at all. Long Fei used the ingenuity of the ethereal footwork to dodge another strike, and said, Aoya, I really didn't see anything just now. Aoya stared at Long Fei and said, Can't you see? Then is my chest big? Long Fei didn't have any hesitation to think, and directly replied, How preposterous! Then you actually said you didn't see it. Aoya was even more angry. The sword in her hand began to change constantly. Her steps also started to use the ethereal footwork. Long Fei was startled, then said, All of the students of the God Emperor Academy know that you have a big chest. Could it be that your chest is small? You actually said I have a small chest? Aoya said angrily. Long Fei was truly speechless. What kind of animal are women? Big Chest wanted to hit him, but Small Chest also wanted to hit him. Aoya continued to attack. Her moves were stronger than her previous one. Moreover, the powerful sword intent was surging from all directions, causing the defending Long Fei to be unable to withstand it. However, Aoya didn't use a single realm to crush him. She did not like using her cultivation level to crush others. What she liked was using her sword intent to crush others. Long Fei was very angry. Long Fei landed in the same place and said, Don't force me, don't think that I wouldn't dare to retaliate just because you're a teacher. Let me explain once more, I didn't see anything just now, and as for your footwork, I've only learned it for an hour. Long Fei said truthfully. Of course, the front was a bit fake, but he did see something he shouldn't have seen. As for the ethereal footwork, he had really only learned it for an hour. Aoya was startled. An hour? I think you must have been using your steps for at least a few years, but you only talked about it for an hour? Kid, you don't blush just because you look so much more black and lying. You still want to backstab? Aoya's eyes were filled with anger as she said, You are at the 9th level of the crazy immortal realm, so I will suppress my cultivation to the 9th level of the crazy immortal realm. Now, go back and beat me if you can. I won't pursue what happened today, but if you can't beat me, then tell me everything. She would cultivate the footwork her father had just taught her every day, and it would take her at least a few years to reach the level Long Fei had just released. An hour? Even a super genius wouldn't be able to do it. Furthermore, this was a set of sword stance step. Only when paired with a sword move could it unleash a strong power. No one could grasp this set of steps within an hour. No one. Long Fei looked at Aoya seriously and said, Is this really necessary? Oya said, Why? Are you scared? It's fine if you're scared, but explain to me about you secretly learning my footwork. Who actually sent you here? A student would definitely not dare to do such a thing. Someone must be instigating him from behind the scenes. Long Fei said, I'm not afraid, I'm only afraid of breaking your big fart. You are courting death. Long Fei walked to the plum tree and tore off a plum branch. The branch moved, pointed at Aoya, and said slightly, Then come, let's see how I'll open your big fart. Don't cry out in pain when the time comes. Long Fei was annoyed. Since he couldn't explain it, he would just use force to crush him. A powerful woman like Oya was useless using any other means. She could only use brute force to ruthlessly crush her. Riding on top of her body and beating her ass. Let's see if she still dared to act arrogantly. Instantly, Long Fei's aura moved, and the sword intent of the infinite sword combusted. However, his moves were exactly the same as Aoya's. Oya was infuriated. Not only did you secretly learn to walk, you also secretly learned my sword move. If that's the case, you won't be able to leave today. Chapter 820 Beating Little Bullshit Blooming. Chapter 820 Beating Little Bullshit Blooming. Let's see who won't be able to leave today. Long Fei looked at Aoya and thought, I will use your Grand Duelist's move to conquer you. I'll see what else you have to say. Aoya did not recognize Long Fei. Because Long Fei was really too evil. If he had recognized Long Fei, this might not be the case. Oya suddenly moved to the side. Her steps were ethereal, clean, and quick. It was a very baptism. At the same time, Long Fei did the same thing. Exactly the same. Aoya was furious. She quickened her steps. The slender sword in her hand suddenly thrust out with lightning speed. Shwa! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out through the air, very sharp. Long Fei did not attack, but instead moved. His body did not dodge, but instead rushed forward. The plum branch in his hand blocked the attack in that moment. Shwa! After slightly breaking Aoya's sword move, his technique was extremely fast. The instant he broke the Oya sword, the plum branch moved and pierced towards Aoya's chest. Aoya slightly frowned. She was shocked. What a fast reaction speed! Seeing Long Fei's plum branch heading towards her, her steps changed yet again as her figure blurred, and she arrived at Long Fei's right side. Her long sword moved, and she thrust it out another time. Aoya's reaction speed was not slower than Long Fei's. Moreover, the sword intent from her body remained at her peak state, as she completely immersed herself in it. In God Emperor Academy, her understanding of the way of the sword could be said to be number one. In terms of sword techniques, she did not lose out to anyone. So fast. Long Fei was secretly surprised. His body suddenly moved, dodging the attack. After his attack failed, Aoya stared at Long Fei and asked, Who exactly are you? None of the students in the arrogant, immortal state had the ability to continuously and ingeniously dodge his sword move. Long Fei did not say anything. Aoya said, Since you don't want to speak, I will fight until you do. Insight into sword skill. Suddenly, Aoya's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The sword intent on her body instantly changed. A powerful sword intent enveloped Long Fei's entire body. Left shoulder. Insight into weaknesses. Aoya increased her pace, thrusting out her sword. At the same time she used the insight into sword skill. Long Fei also used it, and his understanding of the insight into sword skill was far higher than Aoya's. Before Aoya discovered his weakness, Long Fei had already thrusted out the plum branch in her hand. Left side. Shwa! With a light thrust, Long Fei retracted his right hand and the plum branch moved again like a spirit serpent. Shwa! Another sword. Chest. Shwa! He released the third sword attack. At the same time the third sword strike landed, Long Fei smiled and said, Critical hit. Buzz! At this moment, the plum branch seemed to have transformed into a sword. The moment it stabbed into Aoya's chest, a majestic force suddenly exploded forth, directly striking her chest. Bam! One strike. Long Fei smiled slightly. After superimposing it, Slay will appear. Aoya's body exploded as she retreated. She was completely unable to hold on. In the end, she had no choice but to raise her cultivation. Even someone in the blood immortal stage was unable to endure it. The impact it had on her was too great. This kind of strength could not be described with words. With the same sword technique and the same footwork, she had lost. However, the moment she retreated, Long Fei did not stop there. This kind of woman must be domineering towards her and use the strongest method to crush her. She could not get up from the ground because she wanted to use this method to conquer her. Victory. Thus, from the very beginning, Long Fei had been learning the big move of the unparalleled sword technique. It was to repeat the technique from before. Blade Waltz. Seeing that Aoya had stabilized her body, Long Fei laughed. Look carefully. At the same time. Ding! A system notification rang out. Long Fei did not care that his comprehension and release was successful, he could not take it anymore. Stepping with the misty steps, his body moved like an illusion and started to twist frantically, blade waltz. Schwa! Long Fei suddenly disappeared. Aoya's eyes were startled, she could not feel Long Fei's existence. However, she didn't just sit there and wait for death. The aura of the blood immortal realm erupted out of her, and her body continued to change. However, it doesn't matter how much you change once you've got the blade waltz locked on. Pa! When the plum branches hit Aoya's little butt, a thin layer of gauze wrapped around her body. There weren't many clothes covering her body, so the plum branches were very flexible, causing her body to be in extreme pain. Ah! Aoya screamed out in pain. Long Fei also followed and shouted, I called you arrogant. Pa! The sky blurred. Another tree branch came whipping down and hit Aoya's butt. Ah! Oya screamed again, in so much pain she couldn't take care of herself. Long Fei then said, I called you Ling Ao. Pa! After another strike, Aoya's painful tears were about to flow out. Her little fart was about to bloom. No matter how she tried to dodge, it was useless. Still not good enough. There was no way to dodge at all. Pa, pa, pa. A few consecutive blows landed. Oya's little fart was covered with red stripes and a heart-wrenching pain. Finally, Aoya couldn't help but say, Stop fighting. Stop fighting. After the slay, her defense had broken down and her injuries had multiplied, so Long Fei was able to complete the task in a short period of time. Hearing the sound of begging, Long Fei slightly loosened his grip, and his steps moved to a relatively safe place. The reason why he could win against Aoya just now was because he had been caught unprepared. Aoya was also confused by Long Fei releasing her sword moves, otherwise Long Fei would not be her match. A steamroll of realms was already enough to defeat Long Fei. TL. You, Long Fei said coldly. Can you calm down a little now? Aoya grimaced in pain, unable to move. Her two hands couldn't help but rub her butt. Long Fei laughed. Who doesn't know how to walk? Aoya stared at Long Fei, not showing any of the anger she had at first. Instead, she asked, You are Long Fei? Now, she finally recognized Long Fei. Long Fei said, If you don't fight, you won't be able to recognize me. Aoya's forehead sank. Rubbing her little fart, she immediately said, Tell me, how do you know about the superimposition of the insight into sword method? In an instant, another person had appeared. There was no anger. What peeping at her taking a bath, secretly learning her sword skills, steps, these were no longer important. What she wanted to know now was how Long Fei knew all these. Moreover, just now, Long Fei had seen through her weakness first, and the moment the third sword strike landed, she felt a power that she had never felt before. Overlay? This was the true superposition. That's not right. It should be a superimposed move. Aoya anxiously asked, After superimposing it, you will obtain the slay. How did you do it? Tell me, tell me. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, Guess. Chapter 821 Super Critical Strike. Chapter 821 Super Critical Strike. Outside the yard. There were many disciples of College of War Martial Arts surrounding them. Everyone whispered to each other about what had happened. I only saw Wang Qingshan bringing a black man into Teacher Oya's courtyard. He hasn't come out even after almost 2 hours. What exactly happened? Why was Teacher Oya screaming just now? Could it be? An unsuitable image of a child appeared in his mind as he instantly denied it. Goddess Aoya is extremely powerful. No one can conquer her. I think we should go in and see who exactly dares to bully Teacher Oya. And he was being bullied so badly. They were all Oya's admirers. However, they didn't dare to jump half a step into the lightning pool. Without permission, They absolutely didn't dare to enter Aoya's yard. They could only wait quietly outside the yard. At this moment, a voice came from behind the crowd. What happened? All of the disciples' faces became cold as they quickly opened up a path. The person walking towards them was a young man around 30 years old. He wore a clean white robe and had a handsome appearance. Moreover, he always had a faint smile on his face. Teacher Ouyang. A disciple immediately bowed respectfully. Ouyang Jian, the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training instructor, was also the Azure Dragon Principal's only son. He was publicly acknowledged to be a match made in heaven with Aoya. Both were a match made in heaven, and they both cultivated the way of the sword. His attack was extremely powerful. He had also admired her for a long time, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before she became his wife. He also believed that he was the only one worthy of Oya. Ouyang Jian was gentle and refined, and was also the male god in the eyes of many girls in God Emperor Academy, the kind of male god that would make people scream. Ouyang Jian walked to the front and asked, "What happened?" A student said, reporting to Teacher Ouyang, Teacher Oya's scream came from the courtyard. We don't know what happened. A student said, 2 hours ago, Teacher Oya's disciple, Wang Qingshan, brought a black man into the courtyard. He hasn't come out for 2 hours now. Don't spout nonsense. What black guy? Why didn't I see him? Maybe it was the African screaming earlier. The surrounding people started to discuss. No matter how good Ouyang Jian's recuperation was at this time, his expression was also a little ugly. The entire God Emperor Academy didn't know that he was pursuing Aoya? Who would dare to compete with him? There was actually a student and a black one at that. How could he bear it? Immediately, Ouyang Jian walked forward, cleared his throat and said, "Junior sister Aoya, are you all right?" He didn't dare to recklessly enter the courtyard. He knew Oya's temper very well. In the yard, Aoya looked at Long Fei. Her current thoughts were all on Long Fei. How did you do it, tell me? Hearing the voice coming from outside the yard, Oya immediately became angry. I'm fine. Don't bother me. And then, he just ignored it. Oya asked again, what was your last move? Why have I never seen it before, and why is it that no matter how I dodge it, it's useless? At this moment, Ouyang Jian then said, Junior sister Aoya, I'm coming in. Oya impatiently shouted, I told you to go, didn't you hear me? Don't bother me. She was really annoyed with Ouyang Jian. The only thing she wanted to know was how Long Fei did it, but since Long Fei didn't say it, coupled with the fact that Ouyang Jian was here, she became even more agitated. Clang! The courtyard door was pushed open. Ouyang Jian really couldn't hold it back. He wanted to know who was Aoya talking to. He wanted to know who had eaten the heart of a bear and courage to steal his woman. The moment he opened the door, the disciples outside all stuck their heads out to look at the courtyard. Wrapped in a bathrobe, his hair was still wet. The African man was also somewhat wet. He looked exhausted. There was a complacent look on his face. It was as if he had just taken down a certain goddess. At this moment, countless young men's hearts shattered. A few people even fainted. No. The goddess Oya would not like a black man. How is that possible? It's been 2 hours. Could it be that I don't want to live anymore, there's no meaning in living anymore. Oh my God, why is he black? Teacher Aoya's terrible cry just now, could it be? My God, why, exactly why? The scene in the courtyard was reminiscent of 2 hours of very discordant events. And probably in a mandarin duck bath. The goddess was taken by someone just like that? Moreover, he was also a black man. It was a blow to their skin, causing them to be unable to take care of themselves. The most pained ones were not them, but Ouyang Jian, who had already entered the courtyard. His heart felt like it was pierced by an arrow, and his entire body trembled in pain. Moreover, The anger in his heart instantly reached its peak as he stared fixedly at Long Fei and gritted his teeth as he said, "Kid, who exactly are you? What did you do just now?" His words were filled with rage, almost wanting to swallow Long Fei whole. Long Fei casually glanced at Ouyang Jian and said, "I had a fight with her just now, even my butt has been beaten red, what's wrong?" The sky was dark. The critical hit damage of this sentence was simply 999999999 points. Ouyang Jian's footsteps trembled. He was almost unable to endure it. Furthermore, Aoya didn't refute his words. Instead, she took a step forward and tightly pulled on Long Fei's arm, saying, tell me, why are you so strong?" She looked completely like a little woman who was acting coquettishly. She wanted to know why Long Fei's sword moves were so strong. However, what Ouyang Jian seemed to mean was that Long Fei was very strong in that area. The world had collapsed. This wasn't a single arrow piercing his heart, it was 100,000 arrows piercing his heart. His heart was about to shatter into pieces. He couldn't even stand stably, and even began to doubt his own life. The disciples outside the door were in an even more uproar. Their thoughts were the same as Ouyang Jian. Hearing Oya's words, "Why are you so strong?" completely shattered their last bit of hope. Several more disciples fainted. Long Fei said, "Do you want to know?" With a serious face, Aoya quickly nodded and said, can you tell me?" She really wanted to know. Urgent thoughts. If she could learn the superimposed slay, then her set of insight into sword skill would be considered complete. At this time, Long Fei was like her lifesaver. He held on tightly, refusing to let go even if he died. Long Fei thought for a moment, then said, "If you want to know, that's fine, but be my woman." Poochie. Ouyang Jian spat out a mouthful of blood. Another critical hit. At this moment, Ouyang Jian could no longer endure. He roared and said, "Brat, do you take me as heir? Don't be too arrogant." Chapter 822, Bathing the Goddess. Chapter 822, Bathing the Goddess. He was so arrogant. Who dared to say such words in front of Aoya? Long Fei was the first. Moreover, Oya was not the first to be angered. On the other side, Ouyang Jian was extremely furious. He was as angry as a volcano erupting. The flames of fury soared to the sky. S heart could not bear the continuous barrage of critical strike. He finally exploded. With that step, he instantly appeared in front of Long Fei, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, without waiting for his cyan dragon sword S to come crashing down, Aoya's eyes opened wide. The sword intent instantly burst forth from her body, blocking Ouyang Jian's sword intent. Without waiting for Ouyang Jian to speak, Aoya looked at him and said, "I'm your woman, can you tell me?" No. Ouyang Jian's heart was at his throat as he pleaded. The disciples outside the courtyard also shouted, "Teacher Oya, please don't. Don't promise him. He's a beast. Don't ever agree to his request. I beg of you, please give us some hope." A series of shouts rang out. It really was the last hope. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "Of course, as long as you become my woman, I will naturally tell you why I'm so strong, He wanted to know if it was because of this sentence that this sword force King Kong, Aoya, would be subdued. I really want to know. She was the sixth King Kong. It was also possible that she was the only one out of the 8 great King Kong's women. Oya stayed silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you, I will be your woman." Ouyang Jian spat out another mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed and his heart hurt so much that he had lost consciousness. The hearts of the students outside the courtyard went deathly still, as if they had nothing to live for. Long Fei's eyes slightly closed. He wanted to wait for the system's notification to sound, but it did not. He checked the mission and it was the same. There was no change. The only change was The affability level between Long Fei and Aoya had gone from 199 to 999. Long Fei's heart skipped a beat. Damn, what's going on? I was clearly using brute force to ruthlessly crush her. It can be considered to be a conquest. Why did the affability level become negative 999 points? Do you want to take my life? Long Fei said angrily in his heart. He could not understand. He wasn't a woman, so he naturally wouldn't understand. Moreover, it was not enough for a woman like Aoya to just rely on her martial power to crush him, and what was Long Fei doing? This was called robbing while the fire was hot, and it was one of the methods that Aoya hated the most. She only had one goal, the insight into sword method and the blade waltz. As for other things, she had never thought of them. Agreeing to Long Fei was also for the sake of the sword. Because she promised her father that she would definitely complete the insight into sword method. At this time, Long Fei's heart had also crumbled a little, and he said, "Do you know what you need to do to be my woman?" Aoya's face slightly darkened. "Tell me about it." Long Fei said, "The most basic point is to laugh. I like women who laugh. Their faces are always stiff. It is as if someone owes you money. I do not like it. Now laugh for me." She didn't like to laugh. Long Fei said, "It was a forced laugh, but today you have passed. How about this? Come to my place tomorrow. Wang Qingshan will tell you where I live, then we can take our time." Long Fei did not want to stay any longer. He was worried that the affability level would increase again. He had never met a woman with an affability level of 999 points, so he was a little unsure. If he couldn't conquer by force, then he had to find a new way. Aoya said slightly, "All right, I understand." Finished. Long Fei then walked out. Just as he walked to the door, he was stopped by Ouyang Jian, who asked, "What's your name? That disciple of the College of Martial Arts Training?" Long Fei slightly turned his head to look back, and said, "My woman is very clear, you can ask her." With that, he left. 1 second kill. Such arrogance, such arrogance. However, Long Fei was not happy at all and did not take sword force King Kong down. Instead, he seemed to feel a trace of disgust from Aoya's eyes. He loathed the chance to rob people while they were still alive. However, since he had already reached such a state, Long Fei had no other choice but to try his best to keep a distance from Aoya and see her as much as possible. Only then would he be able to improve the current awkward situation. Sword Force King Kong, what do I need to do to subdue you? Long Fei exhaled a long breath in his heart. He couldn't find any solutions at the moment. Yan Huang Ancestor laughed. "And here I thought you were really an expert at picking up girls. I didn't expect you to have a hard time too, ha ha ha." Long Fei glared contemptuously at the ancestor. In Aoya's courtyard, Ouyang Jian looked at Aoya with a pale face and said, "Junior sister apprentice, just now you really..." Oya didn't wait for him to finish, she directly said, "Get out. In the future, you are not allowed to take even half a step into my yard without my permission." Ouyang Jian trembled, he clenched both his fists tightly, and all of the hatred in his heart completely fell onto Long Fei's body, and he said slightly, "Junior sister apprentice, then you should rest well, I'll be going out first." Walking out of the courtyard, he closed the door. Ouyang Jian roared in fury, "Ah! Go find out immediately, who is that black man?" He had gone mad and gone mad. The woman he loved had actually agreed to become someone else's woman. How could he endure this? "Just you wait, kid. I will let you know about my, Ouyang Jian's methods," Ouyang Jian said fiercely in his heart. In the yard, Oya was stunned on the spot, the corners of her eyes moist. Once upon a time, she had watched her father die under the sword of someone she knew well. Once upon a time. It was also because of this method of Long Fei's. Hatred faintly emerged from her heart. No matter if it was Long Fei's intention, or what it was, she only had one goal, to perfect the insight into sword skill. Father, just you wait. I will definitely avenge you. I swear to God. Aoya clenched her fist. Her nails dug into the flesh, and dark red blood dripped down. The reason why Long Fei failed was because he didn't know Oya, didn't know her past. Li Yuanba knew about Li Yuanba's success, Lin Yuxing, his source spirit, and the Arhat's success. As for Aoya, Long Fei did not know about her past. The next day, God Emperor Academy was in an uproar. As the goddess Oya became a black woman, this topic directly rushed to the top of the wind and cloud ranking. The hearts of countless young men were shattered as well. Also, one more thing. The 3,000 plum trees at the back of the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training were sliced apart overnight by the incomparably sharp sword intent. The scene was a mess, as if the sword techniques were against the heavens. Everyone was discussing who this black man was. However, when one of them heard this news, he was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pan, hurriedly running towards logistics department. It's over, it's over, it's all over. Chapter 823, Don't Submit, Just Do It. Chapter 823, Don't Submit, Just Do It. Long Fei got up very early, and wanted to go over to Qiu Wandao's place to take a look. Qiu Wandao was the contact point for Long Fei, Chen Tianfei and Man Tuoyuo. Before he could even walk out of the courtyard gate, he was stopped by Wang Qingshan. It's over, it's all over! Wang Qingshan grabbed Long Fei, his face full of panic, and said, Long Fei, you've gotten into big trouble. Long Fei was puzzled. Senior fellow apprentice Wang, why are you singing today? I brought me to Oya's place yesterday. What do you want to do today? I'm telling you, I'm really not gay. Wang Qingshan said in a serious tone. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this? Let me ask you, are the rumors outside true? Long Fei didn't know what kind of rumors were going around, nor did he know that the entire God Emperor Academy was in an uproar. Almost half of the people in the God Emperor Academy were looking for him. He had to skin Long Fei alive. Just like that, they took down the cold goddess in their hearts. Did they even need to live anymore? Long Fei asked, What is the rumors about the outside world? You still don't know? Wang Qingshan slapped his brain and said, I really admire you. What happened in Teacher Aoya's courtyard yesterday afternoon, you forgot so quickly? Tell me the truth, did you really do this to Teacher Oya? Long Fei replied, Nothing, just a beating. Wang Qingshan's gaze darkened as he looked at Long Fei as if he was looking at a monster. If Long Fei had not said it himself, he definitely would not have believed it. Oh my God! Wang Qingshan's little heart could not take it any longer, and she continued, Let's not talk about this anymore. The fight had already started, and what had happened was already happening. Wang Qingshan was truly regretful, and should not have brought Long Fei to Teacher Aoya's courtyard. He was full of regret now. Wang Qingshan continued, Do you want Teacher Oya to be your woman? And you even agreed to it in front of Ouyang Jian? Long Fei nodded her head. Right, that's right, why isn't Aoya here? She said that she's here to learn sword techniques with me. Why isn't she here? Wang Qingshan's body shook, and started to tremble lightly. He looked at Long Fei and said, Young Master Long, this time you've really gotten into a lot of trouble. Long Fei said, Senior fellow apprentice, please be clear, how did I get into big trouble? Wang Qingshan said, Do you know who Ouyang Jian is? What's your identity? Long Fei did not mind. What does his status have to do with me? Wang Qingshan said. He is a teacher for the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training and the son of the Azure Dragon's principal. This is not even the most important thing. The most important thing is that he is the school's recognized Oya's fiancé, a match made between him and Oya, a perfect match made in heaven. Moreover, I heard that he is already at the stage of discussing marriage. You stole Oya away from Ouyang Jian. Long Fei, I have to say, I really admire you. Wang Qingshan was truly impressed. However, Long Fei had truly provoked someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, Han Xueji, Dao Feng, Zheng Qingsong had also rushed to logistics department. Ha ha ha! Young Master Long is powerful and domineering. Even Goddess Aoya was taken by you. You are too overbearing, ha ha! I really admire you so much. Zheng Qingsong said excitedly. Dao Feng's physique was exceptional, and after a month of recovery, he had more or less recovered. The reason he was doing so well so quickly was because he wanted to use the 2 blades that Long Fei gave him to cultivate as soon as possible. Dao Feng walked forward and asked, Long Fei, is all of this true? Han Shuji began to giggle. My man is mighty, he is domineering. Long Fei looked at their nervous expressions and asked, Is the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training that strong? To provoke Ouyang Jian, it was equivalent to provoking the entire Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training. Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training. The strongest college of martial arts training in God Emperor Academy was even stronger than the White Tiger College of Martial Arts training in terms of combat strength. The Azure Dragon Battle Team of the first battle squad. The Sword Spirit Battle Group of the second group. These 2 groups were from the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training. In the team rankings, the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training had always been in the top 2. His fighting strength was extraordinary, a terrifying existence. Moreover, Ouyang Jian's face was now swept across the floor. His own woman had been snatched away by someone. How could he take this lying down? They would definitely suppress Long Fei. This was also because of Long Fei's darkness. For a moment, no one recognized him. Dao Feng said, Strong, strong, ridiculously strong. The disciples of the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training S are the top existences in the entire God Emperor Academy, and out of the top 10 teams, 4 are formed by the disciples of the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training S. There are only 6 members of the Azure Dragon Squadron who are ranked first. These 6 are the best among the students. Moreover, they are all Ouyang Jian's students. Listening to Dao Feng's words, Long Fei said blandly, Damn, then we've really gotten into trouble. Wang Qingshan said, I did get into big trouble. Right. Long Fei took out an exquisite little dagger from his chest pocket and handed it over to Han Xueji, saying, Senior sister, this time I didn't get any good stuff. This dagger is very compatible with you, so I left it for you. Han Xueji looked at the Scorpion King dagger in Long Fei's hands and was shocked. For me? The dagger was clearly no ordinary item. Han Xueji lacked this kind of dagger, and upon seeing this dagger, he immediately liked it. Long Fei replied, This is for you. Han Xueji was moved and said, Damn you, saying such words will make me fall in love with you. Following that, Long Fei took out the Scorpion Queen's egg and gave it to Zheng Qingsong. You're training in an array, close combat is your weakness. With this egg, you can hatch and train. I should be able to help you fight. Zheng Qingsong was also deeply moved. Dao Feng had dual blades, Han Xueji had daggers, Zheng Qingsong had Scorpion King War Pet. Wang Qingshan asked, Young Master Long, what about me? Long Fei said, You. Didn't you always want to cultivate the insight into sword skill? When Oya comes, I'll teach you together. Wang Qingshan was also instantly moved. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, Do you still think that the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts training is powerful? With these things, their overall strength would increase and, if it was really as they had said, Long Fei had to make some preparations to summon the super tank, Fatty Chun, into the arrogant dragon squad. There were still 2 months until the Academy's tournament. They needed to make proper preparations. Long Fei became excited and said, No matter how strong he is, no matter what their identity is, do not be afraid, just do it. What Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, they all have to lie on the ground and become dead dogs in front of me. Long Fei was extremely arrogant. Azure Dragon? Even the Azure Dragon ancestor was within his body. Arrogant? Isn't he courting death? Everyone's blood began to boil. Chapter 824 Courting Death. Chapter 824 Courting Death. Although Long Fei was not afraid of the Azure Dragon Battle Team or the White Tiger College of Martial Arts Training, he knew that the arrogant Dragon Squad's strength alone was not enough to deal with him. If they went up with this kind of strength in the team competition, it would be hard for them to enter the top 10 even if they had holy artifacts. The top 10 teams were too strong. To enter the top 10, Long Fei's arrogant Dragon Squad was indeed a person. They lacked a supreme expert. Long Fei couldn't help but think of a girl as he muttered in his heart. If only Song Qianqian was here, then it would be fine. 10 minutes later, Long Fei said, "There's still 2 more months, hurry up and cultivate." Everyone withdrew. Only Wang Qingshan stayed. Long Fei said, "You wait here, I'll go out and do nothing. If Aoya comes, you can let her wait with you." Finished. Long Fei then walked out. Wang Qingshan reminded him, "Young Master Long, please be careful. Call in Qiu Wandao's courtyard." "Ha ha ha. Good kid, you're really sharp." Qiu Wandao excitedly laughed out loud and said, "Aoya's woman is no ordinary one, to think that she was actually subdued by Long Fei. I have to say, he is truly very intrepid." Man Tuoluo said, "Old Qiu, you're still laughing. Long Fei offended Ouyang Jian. Because of that, he is the son of the Azure Dragon's principal. The senior fellow apprentice of the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training has already released word. As long as he sees Long Fei cripple him, he will." Chen Tianfei said, "I'm afraid of him. How dare he touch my boss? Then let's see who can cripple who." Chen Tianfei said fiercely. His current holy armor Fairy Vein had already broken through the 5th floor, and his defense was heaven-defying. Xiao Ying continued, "Not only the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training, but our College of War Martial Arts, the Spiritual Elixir Academy, the Refining Department, and the 18 generations of College of Martial Arts Training's boys practically wanted to suppress Long Fei as he's his public enemy. Knocking off the goddess, she instantly became the public enemy of the people." Qiu Wandao still could not hold back and laughed. "As expected of a member of the Long family, you have balls. What's an Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training? If the 18 generations of College of Martial Arts Training dares to openly attack Long Fei, I will not forgive him," Qiu Wandao said in a domineering manner. He was already someone who had lived a life once, and was willing to throw caution to the wind. Moreover, his current cultivation had already reached the Golden Immortal Peak realm, and he was only missing 7-grade Immortal roots to break through to the Yuan Xian realm. For Long Fei, he could sacrifice his life. It was also at this time. Long Fei walked into the courtyard. When he saw that everyone was present, he immediately became excited and asked, "Is everyone here?" Fatty Chen rushed forward and said, "Boss, you're too powerful, ha ha. The entire academy is talking about you." Xiao Ying asked, "Young Master Long, did you really take teacher Aoya down?" Man Tuoluo also curiously looked at Long Fei. Long Fei laughed bitterly and said, "It's not as mysterious as what the outside world says. My relationship with Aoya is a little stiff. I have come here today to learn some things about Aoya's past from Elder Qiu." He had been thinking about it all last night. What went wrong? Why did it not succeed? It was one thing if he did not succeed, but the affability level had directly soared to 999 points. However, Long Fei did not know why, but he knew there must be a reason behind it. Something must have gone wrong with the quest segment. Qiu Wandao said slightly. "Aoya is a publicly acknowledged sword genius in God Emperor Academy. If we were to talk about her past, she should be her father." Long Fei asked. "Her father?" Qiu Wandao said. Her father was once the principal of the God Emperor Academy and also a great sword teacher. He was God Emperor Academy's strongest swordsman. Later on, because of a matter, he angered an elder of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. The two of them shall duel. Father Aoya had suffered a terrible defeat and died. Logically speaking, his cultivation level shouldn't have been that far off from that elder from Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Even if he lost, he wouldn't have died. I heard that it was because of that elder's scheme that her mother was hurt first. He was making use of the strategy of attacking the heart to make Oya's father's heart chaotic. It was also because of this that he was killed. Only the two of them know the details. Long Fei secretly thought, so that's how it is? Did I touch that nerve in her heart yesterday? Huff. Seems like if I want to collect fees from the Sword Force King Kong, I have to find a way to catch the Elder from the Heavenly Hall of Immortals. Long Fei thought, is this the key to the mission? After knowing all this, Long Fei's heart became more at ease. He looked at Qiu Wandao and asked, Old Qiu, how is your cultivation recovered? Qiu Wandao laughed excitedly. Brat, what's more, what a powerful skill. The azure-robed elder laughed as well. Awesome. The two of them were just short of Tier 7 Immortal Root. However, these Tier 7 Immortal Roots were even more precious than Holy Artifact. It would be extremely difficult to obtain a Tier 7 Immortal Root. Long Fei laughed. That's good. What about you? Long Fei looked at Fatty Chun and the others. The profound spirit qi on their bodies had also become much stronger, and their rapid improvement in God Emperor Academy was also due to Long Fei's provocation. Man Tuoluo said, I have already merged with the poison spirit immortal root that you gave me last time. I should be able to step into the virtual immortals stage before the Great Academy competition. Fatty Chin said, I still lack Tier 4 Immortal Root. If I have Immortal Roots, I should be able to enter the Virtual Immortals stage before the large competition. Xiaoying said, I am currently at the 3rd stage of Crazy Laughter. All of them had very large improvements. Long Fei said, Alright Fatty, I will think of a way to obtain your 4th grade Immortal Foundation. When the time comes, the two of you can join my arrogant dragon squad. Qiu Wandao stared blankly for a moment, then said, You brat, do you really want to clash head-on with the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training, White Tiger College of Martial Arts Training? Long Fei said, Even though I am now an official disciple, no College of Martial Arts Training would dare to accept me. That day I swore to trample all 18 generations of College of Martial Arts Training. I want to see just how strong the Pan family is, just how strong Gu Wuji is in God Emperor Academy. He had to step on it. If Blood Skeleton wanted to stomp the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training's team, if they dared to mess with him, he would do the same. And here, Long Fei needed to stir up a sensation in the God Emperor Academy. He needed to create a huge commotion to raise his visibility, raise the Long family's and the South Horizon region's visibility. Also, he needed money, and he did not have any clue as to how to research new medicine pills. He had to make a name for himself in the alchemy competition and make the Fengyuan Merchant Union represent him and rise to prominence. Qiu Wandao asked, What can we help you with? Huh. Long Fei stared blankly before saying, I almost forgot about you guys. How many people around me need to raise their cultivation? Can you help guide them? Long Fei thought of Dao Feng, Han Xueji and the other two. Qiu Wandao laughed. No problem. I guarantee they will evolve within 2 months. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Fan Tong's voice anxiously shouted, Young Master Long, it's bad, it's bad. The senior fellow apprentice of the Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training has already attacked the logistics department and injured him. Long Fei was instantly enraged and shouted, Damn it, Azure Dragon College of Martial Arts Training, you're courting death. 6 chapters in the morning, and if there was time in the afternoon, the sea would write a little more. Chapter 825 Crushing the Earth. Chapter 825 Crushing the Earth. He just said not to provoke him, and now he's coming. Moreover, the Green Dragon Matrial Hall had made a move on them, or had made a move on them. That would be even more so when touching Long Fei's divine level anger. Leader Sun and the others did not have a high level of cultivation or talent, but they were the first group of brothers that Long Fei had met in the God Emperor Academy. It could be said that the Sun Datu and the rest had been of great help to Long Fei, and was an indispensable force. Now that the Sun Datu had been beaten up, Long Fei could not sit still for a moment. "If you touch my brother, I will break that hand of his." Long Fei angrily rushed out. Chen Tianfei immediately said, "Boss, wait for me." Xiao Ying and Man Tuoluo also quickly chased after him. Qiu Wandao slowly got up and said, "It's time to go out and exercise. Otherwise, the people from God Emperor Academy would really think that we two old fellows have died." Elderly in green stood up, "Let's go." Green Dragon Matrial Hall had a very high profile. Along the way, they followed many other disciples of the College of Martial Arts Training. They all wanted to see how Long Fei was crushed by the Green Dragon Matrial Hall as. They all thought this was too vile. Why? Would a service disciple be able to lure their goddess away? Why? They couldn't accept it. The 4 of them were supposed to leave logistics department immediately, but now that they saw that Long Fei was not around, they felt relieved in their hearts. "Speak. Where did that bastard go?" A young man in his early 20s grabbed onto Sun Data's hair and pulled it up before smashing it onto the ground heavily. Bam! Sun Data's nose was broken, blood spurted out and said, "I don't know." In the yard, the dozen or so disciples of logistics department were all lying on the ground with painful expressions on their faces. Dao Feng, who had just arrived, walked out and said, "Senior brother, they are only service disciples. Why must you make things difficult for them?" The man's eyes turned cold. Schwa. Seemingly teleporting, he landed in front of Dao Feng. The corners of his mouth turned cold as he laughed. "They are service disciples, you mean?" Before he could finish, his aura changed dramatically. Boom! A powerful force burst out from his palm, striking towards Dao Feng's chest. Wang Qingshan shouted loudly, "Senior brother, be careful." Dao Feng's eyes darkened. His hands moved, both blades pulled out from the sheath on his chest. Bam! His strength was too strong, even protecting his chest was not enough to withstand the powerful impact, so Dao Feng was directly flung out 10 meters. He pushed off with his rear foot and only managed to stabilize himself after leaning against the wall. Huh! The Green Dragon Matrial Hall disciple acted as if he had been humiliated. "A trash like you can actually block my palm strike, then let's see what else you can do." Whoosh 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 whoosh, asterisk his hands formed claws. Roar roar roar. Several deep dragon roars rang out in the air. They were like the roars of an azure dragon, but they were not as imposing as the dragon roars. After all, he only trained in the azure dragon claw, a type of cultivation technique. Green Dragon Claw. This is bad. Senior brother, run. Wang Qingshan's face was anxious at this time. He did not care about anything else, and the sword in his hand was suddenly pulled out shockingly fast. A sword came slashing down. However, at this moment, another Green Dragon Matrial Hall disciple moved. "You like to play, right? I'll accompany you." Schwa. The sword in his hand was unsheathed, and the speed at which he unsheathed it was not slower than Wang Qingshan, maybe even by a bit, and the sword in his hand instantly released a powerful sword chi, blocking Wang Qingshan. "Ah!" Zheng Qingsong roared and started forming the array. "Too slow. Get down." A formation master from the Green Dragon Matrial Hall formed a formation with one hand. Before Zheng Qingsong could release the power of the formation, he opened his palm and shot out an array with one hand. The powerful force directly smashed Zheng Qingsong to the ground. Han Xueji immediately followed. She raised her speed to the limit and attacked. Just at this speed? So weak. The figure of another disciple from the Green Dragon Material Hall blurred, and like a mirage, he landed in front of Han Xueji. Without waiting for her to make a move, he punched out. Buzz. The fierce energy emitted from his fist formed an air shield. The air shield looked like it was solid. Han Xueji's speed was too fast. He simply did not have time to change his direction, and he did not have enough time to stop, so he collided head-on. Bam! His body jerked and was sent flying. His face was incomparably pale. Besides, Dao Feng's blades moved. Seeing the disciple rush forward, the pressure of the green dragon claw crushed his heart. He instantly raised his cultivation to the maximum. With a move of his two blades, his figure teleported out. Too slow. Trash is trash. With that, the azure dragon claw grabbed at the empty air. Bang! There was a dull sound. Clang! A scimitar fell down. Roar! Another claw descended, and fiercely grabbed Dao Feng's other arm. Clang! The other half of the scimitar fell to the ground as well. With a loud roar, the image of a dragon claw appeared in the air and fiercely clawed at Dao Feng's head. Crush him down from the air. Boom! With a huge sound, Dao Feng's entire body smashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and the entire logistics department to tremble. Dao Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood within the deep pit, and his face was deathly pale. All of this happened within a second. Arrogant Dragon Squad 4. Instantly killed. He was completely unable to resist at all. The most important thing was that these people were only the Green Dragon Material Hall's Level 3 disciples. Their strength completely surpassed the four of them. The surrounding disciples all had faces full of shock. Too strong. He's too damn strong. Green Dragon Material Hall is indeed the #1 college of martial arts training, the strongest one. They are only third-level disciples. If they were second-level or first-level disciples, just how strong would they be? Unimaginable! At this moment, a Green Dragon Material Hall disciple who did not make a move slowly walked over and coldly sneered, "Arrogant Dragon Squad? TSK. Trash." Following that person walked in front of Dao Feng and said with contempt, "Tell Long Fei to stay far away from Teacher Oya, otherwise, I will make him regret coming to this world." Disdain was written all over his face. They didn't put these people in their eyes at all. Moreover, he also had the right to do so, because he was the disciple of the Green Dragon Material Hall, the strongest existence in the God Emperor Academy. Finished. That person's gaze swept across them and sneered. Not even worth a single blow. Return to College of Martial Arts Training. The man made a soft sound and was about to leave. It was at this moment. Zheng Qingsong suddenly stood up and asked, "Do you dare to leave your name behind?" Everyone was shocked. Was this person crazy? Haven't you had enough? Chapter 826 Disbanding of the Team. Chapter 826 Disbanding of the Team. Zheng Qingsong was looking at that person. Han Xueji was also watching. Wang Qingshan was also watching. Dao Feng also crawled out of the pit and looked at him. The man stopped and looked at Zheng Qingsong with a sneer. "What? You still want to take revenge on me? Was he reporting about law enforcement agency? Or do you want to report to the president of your court?" Zheng Qingsong shook his head and said, "No, I just wanted to let young Master Long know your name." "Young Master Long? Humph. He doesn't even have the right to know my name." That person laughed disdainfully as he looked at the four of them. "However, I'll make an exception this time. Tujan, he gave you the nickname of Butcher. I'll remember it. Tell him to stay away from Aoya. Aoya is one of us, Instructor Ouyang's women. If he dares to provoke her again, we won't forgive him." Finished. Tujan shouted, "Let's go." The surrounding disciples quickly retreated as well. This battle was simply too fierce. The green dragon material hall that was always quiet suddenly erupted, shocking everyone present. It also caused a great shock to the God Emperor Academy's team. They were truly too powerful. Arrogant Dragon Squad's group of 4 were all killed in an instant. This was not even the strongest disciple of the Green Dragon Material Hall. If it was the strongest, I am afraid. One person was enough. Dao Feng sat against the wall. Wang Qingshan, Han Xueji, Zheng Qingsong and the others were all silent. They hadn't noticed it before, but now they finally realized that they were too weak to withstand a single blow. They were also suspecting it. With his strength, would he be able to participate in the team ranking competition? How could he compete with those 4 Material Hall's battle teams? They would only drag Long Fei down, and would only drag him down. Without Long Fei, they were nothing. This feeling continued to surge through his mind. In a world where the powerhouse was the most respected, the competition was too cruel. The weak were all trampled on by the powerhouse. They hated themselves for being weak. Half an hour. There was no sound in the yard. Who King bullied my brother? Long Fei was furious, as he descended from the skies and stepped heavily into the courtyard. It would take 2 hours to travel from the mountain valley to the logistics department. Long Fei had only used 10 minutes to travel. He was worried that something might happen to his brothers. The instant he landed, he looked at Leader Sun and the others, as well as Dao Feng and the others. He was still a step too late. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, his teeth chattering loudly. He said each word, Green Dragon Material Hall. He turned around and rushed out. I want to destroy your entire college of martial arts training. At this moment, Dao Feng, Wang Qingshan, the 4 of them said at almost the same time. Young Master Long, don't go. Fat Men Chen and Man Tuoluo had also rushed over, and watched as the rest of the logistics department was flipped upside down. Fat Man Chen also said, Boss, you can't go. Man Tuoluo said, Long Fei, you can't go. Green Dragon Material Hall is much stronger than you can imagine. Finished. She quickly took out a healing pill and gave it to him. Qiu Wandao slowly descended, looked at Long Fei's face filled with anger, and said, Your current cultivation is indeed not a match for those super monstrous geniuses of the Green Dragon Material Hall. Long Fei, it won't be too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Long Fei said, That is a gentleman. I am not a gentleman. Whoever dares to provoke my brother, I will kill them. The anger in Long Fei's heart continued to roil about. Elderly in green said, Long Fei, if you want to step on Green Dragon Material Hall, you have to do so in public. Aren't Green Dragon Material Hall's team strong? Then we'll step on them in the team ranking competition. This is the best way to get revenge. Sun Data said, Long Fei, they are right. Long Fei's personality really could not be suppressed. It wouldn't be too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. However, just as they had said, the map's speed was too fast. If one wanted to step on it, they had to step on Green Dragon Material Hall in front of the entire academy. Isn't Ouyang Jian a teacher in the Green Dragon Troopers? Isn't he the son of Green Dragon Material Hall's courtyard? Isn't that the #1 male god in God Emperor Academy? Then he would slap his face ruthlessly in front of everyone. Long Fei clenched both of his fists tightly, His nails dug into the flesh of his palms, and dark red blood started to drip down from the gaps of his fingers. Good! He endured it. He had to bear with it. It was not because of what they had said, nor was it because he was afraid. It was because he wanted to slap Green Dragon Material Hall in his face in front of everyone. All obstacles would become a stepping stone for him, and would only make him stronger. Everyone followed suit and relaxed. It was also at this time. Dao Feng looked at Long Fei, gritted his teeth and said, Long Fei, I know that I shouldn't be saying these things at this time, but… Long Fei, find a stronger disciple to join the team. At this time, Han Shuji also smiled faintly and said, "Damn it, sister will also leave." Wang Qingshan said, "I will also retreat." Zheng Qingsong looked at the three of them and said, "I am the most useless among them, the one who should withdraw from the team the most." They didn't want to retreat. If this continued, it would only drag Long Fei down, and would only become an obstacle for Long Fei. They did not want to become a burden. Originally, they had thought that they would still be able to fight. At least, when they met Xiongfeng, they thought they could still use him a little and attack him a little, but the 4 level 3 disciples of Green Dragon Material Hall had completely destroyed their confidence just now. The difference in power was simply too great. If it was a battle of life or death, they would have been instantly killed. Rather than that, it would be better to just leave the battle and let Long Fei recruit more powerful members, in order to help him. Long Fei was stunned. He looked at the 4 of them and asked, "Why? Senior brother Dao Feng, don't tell me you don't want to enter the top 10? Don't you want to take back everything and prove yourself? Senior sister Han, senior brother Wang, senior brother Jing, none of you want to?" Man Tuoyuo pulled Long Fei and whispered, "They don't want to implicate you." Long Fei said, "You're implicating me? Is that your reason? In this world, one must live a wonderful life, and one must fight to their heart's content. Right now we are weak, but we still have 2 months. Why should we admit defeat right now?" Dao Feng said, "Young Master Long, your talent, cultivation, and potential are all higher than the monsters in Green Dragon Material Hall, but we are not, we cannot keep up with your tempo, and will only be a burden to you. We do not wish to become your burden." He really wanted to participate. However, he would only drag Long Fei back. Long Fei said, "A single failure and you guys turning out like this? Have you forgotten the moral of our Kuang Long team? You are even crazier than a dragon above the 9th heaven, and now you all are saying that you will withdraw?" Long Fei said solemnly. "Then we might as well disband the team." Long Fei shouted in anger. There was a fire in his heart. It was not because they were crushed by the Green Dragon Material Hall's disciples, but because Dao Feng and the others could not recover from their defeat. What was a failure? That year, when he was smashed to the ground by Hong Tianjun, if it wasn't for Lu Luoxi kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, he would already be dead. He was the same back then, but he didn't want to see Dao Feng like this right now. Because, if you are afraid, you will lose your whole life. Chapter 8:27 Hades Sea. Chapter 8:27 Hades Sea. He had to survive this trial. It would be a new world after that. His heart would become stronger. Long Fei didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to comfort them, how to let them regain their spirit. At the same time, he also knew that this blow was too heavy for them. But it wasn't a bad thing for them, if they could make it through. Long Fei looked at them and said, "If you leave, then disband the team. If everyone doesn't play, then it's no use for me to play by myself. What kind of dream is this? It's all bullshit. Revenge for the blood skeleton? What a joke." Long Fei started to despise her ruthlessly. He wanted to throw the confidence of Dao Feng and the others into the abyss, because only then would he be able to undergo nirvana rebirth. Of course, it just depended on whether Dao Feng and the others could handle it. Long Fei hugged his hands and stood by the side. The atmosphere in the courtyard had turned silent, just like that. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. No one said anything. Suddenly, Zheng Qingsong suddenly stood up. "Damn it, I'm giving it my all. At worst, I'll just die. Young Master Long, I'll do it with you. In the next 2 months, even if I die, I will become stronger. My life will be hard to come by. I, Zheng Qingsong, do not want to be a coward in this lifetime. F***CK. His voice broke the silence. Wang Qingshan also stood up. "I don't want to continue being such a coward. I don't want to see the disciples of Green Dragon Material Hall unable to raise their heads either. I don't want teacher to know that I was defeated by a single sword strike. F***ck. Long Fei's eyes became excited, and the three of them looked at Han Shuiji. Han Shuiji smiled lightly and said, "You damned ghost, what do you want me to do?" Huh! Xiao Ying and Man Tuoluo were immediately startled, and looked at Han Shuiji. Long Fei laughed. "I'll let you do it." Han Shuiji chuckled and said, "Then let's do it." In the end, only Dao Feng remained. Dao Feng picked up the 2 blades on the ground and let out a heavy breath. "How many times do I have to fight in my life? So what if I die in the arena? One word, fuck." Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed excitedly. He felt even better than the Berserk boss, he said. "This is true madness. How about failure once? To be able to stand up again after failure and to continue fighting, that is madness." Qiu Wandao, who was standing at the side, looked at Long Fei with blazing eyes. Unknowingly, his fists were clenched tightly under his sleeves, and his blood was boiling. Was infected by the spirit of Long Fei. Qiu Wandao muttered to himself, "The young master is mighty." Elderly in green was the same. "It's good to be young. I really want to be a few dozen years younger and have a fierce battle with him, turning the world upside down, then my life would be perfect." Qiu Wandao smiled lightly. "It's not too late now." The 2 of them looked at Xiang Longfei at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "How happy will Master be if he sees this? Ha ha ha! Mistress should be coming out soon, right?" Soon! Dao Feng and the others had stepped past this hurdle. The next step was how to cultivate it. Long Fei said, "Let me introduce him to you. This is my brother Chen Tianfei, College of Martial Arts Training, and this is Man Tuoluo, College of Martial Arts Training Spirit Poison. They will also join our arrogant dragon squad. This is Xiaoying, she is in charge of logistics for our team." And then, Long Fei walked in front of Qiu Wandao and said, "The former dean is also your teacher for the past 2 months. He will let you spend 2 months in hell. 2 months from now, I want to see you guys in a different state. Do you understand?" Qiu Wandao smiled faintly and said, "Muggles, my methods are very cruel. If you can't take it, then just leave." At this moment, Dao Feng and the others were excited. What kind of existence was the dean? He was once the most powerful powerhouse. If they could receive his guidance, then wouldn't they have to go to heaven? Dao Feng's heart burned. Wang Qingshan and the others did the same. The hot blood in their hearts burned bit by bit. In the next 2 months they would fight to the death. He wouldn't step back even if he had to sacrifice his life. The 4 of them did not return to their residence, and were instead brought back to the mountain hollow by the elderly in green. The courtyard was not as simple as it looked. There were too many secrets within, which was why Qiu Wandao had not left the place. Qiu Wandao looked at Long Fei and said, "I will allow them a qualitative leap within 2 months. What about you? What are you going to do next?" Long Fei said, "Break through." His level was still too low. The higher one's level was, the more one would realize that the difference in strength between their levels was like the difference between heaven and earth. Long Fei asked, "Presbyter Qiu, do you know where the Sea of Hell King is?" Qiu Wandao's expression tensed up and asked, "Why do you ask about this place?" "This place is an unknown domain and also the territory of the gods' martial continent. Furthermore, it is extremely close to the Western Desel territory. It's too dangerous, you can't go there. In the Sea of Hades, a place of the dragon body tomb," Long Fei said, "I will be careful. During this time, help me take care of them and the brothers from the service courtyard." Qiu Wandao said, "Must you go?" Long Fei said, "I have to go." The more dangerous the demon beast, the stronger it was. The more there were, the higher level it would be to him. There were only 2 months until the academy competition. He had to use his absolute strength to crush everything. White Tiger Kung Fu Tribe, Green Dragon Material Hall, He had to overpower them. Qiu Wandao did not stop him. There was no reason for him to stop him, so he said slightly, "Long Fei, you must be careful. You must be careful of Magic Tribe. Don't let them find out who you are." Qiu Wandao was very worried in his heart. Nether King's Sea was too dangerous. Millions of years ago, it was the most dangerous place in God's martial continent, and the danger level was even higher than it was in Dragon Head Mountain. The key was, that was Western Desel Territory's territory. The Western Devil Lord also knew about the prophecy, that only the people of the Long family could make it. All of Qiu Wandao was worried. No one could stop Long Fei from making his decision. He had to do it, he had to level up, and obtain even more power. The head of the Yuan Long had already been fused. Next was the dragon's body, dragon's tail, and finally the dragon domain's dragon claws. He wanted to become the head of all dragons, looking down on the world. Qiu Wandao left. Long Fei did not stay, and directly walked towards the task hall. Green Dragon Matrial Hall. Tu Zhan's face carried a hint of satisfaction, and said, "Teacher Ouyang, that brat is so scared that he doesn't dare to come out. What arrogant dragon squad, they're just a bunch of trash." Ouyang Jian smiled. "Long Fei didn't come out?" Tu Zhan said. "He doesn't dare. If he dares to come out, I will immediately make him kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness." It was also at this time. A disciple walked in and said, reporting to teacher Ouyang. Ouyang Jian said, "Speak." The disciple said, "I found out that Long Fei went to the task hall just now and wanted to take on a mission. I'm not sure where he is going right now." "Understood, you may leave." Ouyang Jian's eyes turned sinister as he looked at Tu Zhan. Tu Zhan's lips curled up, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, "Disciple understands, as long as he leaves God Emperor Academy, he will be a dead man." Chapter 828 Hades' Blood. Chapter 828 Hades' Blood Task Hall. Long Fei had to bring a mission to be able to use the teleportation gate to leave the academy, if not he would have to leave. Standing under the mission screen, he was still looking for the alchemy points mission. When it was really checked, "Heh!" a voice came from behind him. Long Fei pretended to be shocked and turned to look. "Little junior sister, it's you." The little junior sister at the mission window, her name is Ling Long, looked at Long Fei and giggled, saying, "Senior brother, you're here to receive another mission?" Approaching Long Fei, he whispered, "Senior brother, you are so powerful. To think that you could actually take down the goddess teacher, I really admire you." He did not dare make it too loud, as he was afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to Long Fei. Long Fei laughed bitterly and changed the topic. "Don't you have to cultivate?" Ling Long said, "I have a mission today." "Right. Senior brother, didn't you say last time that you would bring me along?" Ling Long looked at Long Fei with her two large eyes that were unmoving. Its killing power was extremely powerful. Long Fei said, "This time won't do, next time is fine." He did not hesitate at all. This time, he was going to the Sea of the Underworld King, which was an extremely dangerous place. He could not let a little girl accompany him there. Ling Long pursed her lips and whispered, "I knew you were lying." He had a little temper. It looked even more cute and pitiful. However, a mission was a mission, and danger was danger. Long Fei would not bring her along because she was cute, because the Sea of the Underworld Kings was too dangerous. Long Fei said indifferently, "This time, the place I am going is very dangerous. Next time, I will definitely bring you there." "Danger?" Ling Long immediately replied, "I'm not afraid of the danger. Senior brother, take me with you." Long Fei was startled and said, "Endless mountains?" Other than the Endless Mountains, there was also the Western Desel Territory. On Long Fei's map, according to the Presbyter Qiu, the Sea of Hell King was also close to the Endless Mountains. Ling Long said, "I'm still lacking a few spirit grass, only amongst the Endless Mountains. I want to go to the Endless Mountains, and the place you're going, will it be dangerous where the Endless Mountains are? You want to go to the Endless Mountains? Long Fei was shocked. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he asked, Are you joking? Linglong said, You look down on me. Long Fei quickly said, No, I just feel that it's too dangerous for a little girl like you to go to that kind of place. If you need any spirit grass, I'll bring them back for you. Long Fei looked at the map, and only the Endless Mountains had a teleportation circle, and it was very dangerous. If Linglong were to go, it would be even more dangerous. Linglong said, I only know when I see those spirit grass. Huff! Long Fei exhaled, and said, What other tasks does the Endless Mountains have to earn alchemy points? Linglong replied without thinking, I do. The Nether King's Sea God's blood from the unknown domain is the mission with the highest points in alchemy. It's an SS-grade mission with a task credit of up to 300 points. The mission lasted for 2 years, and no one has finished it yet. No one has even found that place, and there were no quest marks on it. They only knew that it was close to the Endless Mountains. Long Fei's heart trembled. Unknowing domain, Nether King's Sea God's blood? All right. This one. Long Fei made up his mind. If he could get enough points for the alchemy mission this time, then it would be for the best. Following that, Long Fei then walked towards the mission window. Linglong was shocked. She only wanted to scare Long Fei a little, but did not expect him to accept this mission, so she immediately ran over to stop Long Fei. Senior brother, this person is too dangerous, I can't accept him. For the past 2 years, many teams have tried to challenge this quest, but none of them succeeded. Not to mention, as they got closer to the Western Desel territory, the Master of Magic tribes breaking through the seal became even more dangerous. Long Fei said, Danger is fun. Being able to bring a quest out was the best. His goal was Dragon Body Tomb, next was to break through to the next level, and the best-case scenario would be the Alchemy Points mission, which would be placed last in the list of mission points. Green Dragon Material Hall gave him too much pressure. This forced Long Fei to reconsider whether or not he had time to participate in the alchemy competition. He had to do his best in the team ranking competition. Advancing was very important. Nether King's Sea God's blood quest. Long Fei said to the window, and then handed over his identity plate. The disciple did not speak further, and helped Long Fei to record everything. Linglong looked at Long Fei in shock. Senior brother, you really took this mission? It's really dangerous. She had worked in the task hall for a period of time, and had read through many impossible missions. The mission of the Nether King's Sea God's blood was to be ranked 3rd in terms of being unable to complete it. The unknown domain was extremely dangerous. As they approached the infernal domain, the danger level multiplied. Ever since the Master of Magic tribe, no one went to complete the missions for the Nether King's Sea God's blood. Long Fei smiled. I have already accepted the mission. Didn't you want to go to the Endless Mountains? It just happens to be along the way, so I'll bring you along with me. Linglong was a little touched and said, Senior brother, it can't be that you have to accept this mission because of me, right? If you finish it, you'll need to deduct points. He was immediately moved. Linglong was a girl who could be easily moved. Both of his eyes brimmed with tears as he looked at Long Fei and said, Senior brother, you are very good. Yen Huang ancestor laughed. Brat, little miss is about to fall for you. Long Fei disdained in his heart. Ancestor, can you not be so brutal? Yen Huang ancestor said, You are the beast? The two of them walked out of task hall and headed towards the teleportation circle. After they left the task hall, a disciple walked up to the mission window and asked, What kind of mission did he take? Hades' blood. And then, 10 minutes later, Green Dragon Material Hall, Ouyang Jian's courtyard. Teacher Ouyang, that brat Long Fei went to the Endless Mountains, and he even brought along the Elixir Martial Arts Branches class flowers. A disciple reported. Ouyang Jian was enraged. Not only are you stealing my woman, You're also playing with other women? Long Fei, let's see how long you can continue being so arrogant for. At this moment, Tu Zhan stood up and laughed coldly. You're a endless mountains, right? Heh heh. Since he left the God Emperor Academy, then he is already on the road to death. Tu Zhan said to Ouyang Jian, Teacher Ouyang, I will make sure that he will never return. Ouyang Jian smiled faintly. Tu Zhan's cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd level of Green Dragon Material Hall disciples, so taking down Long Fei was a piece of cake. Ouyang Jian's mouth curved up as he watched Tu Zhan walk out. He sneered, You dog, you want to fight with me for a woman? Chapter 829 Killing the Disciples of Magic Tribe. Chapter 829 Killing the Disciples of Magic Tribe. The Green Dragon Material Hall was very strong. Ouyang Jian's connections were wide. With a single word from him, groups and groups of people would work for him. One of Tu Zhan's. He believed in Tu Zhan's strength. He was an outstanding existence amongst the level 3 disciples. Moreover, he had promised Tu Zhan that as long as he could handle this matter well, he would be the only one who could train in Outer Space Palace. Relying on the influence of the Green Dragon Material Hall, he was now his father's principal. Knowing that the Academy's competition would decide a group of elite disciples to train in the Outer Space Palace, it wouldn't be difficult for them to nurture Devil Slayer. It could be said, basically, all the elders of the 4 Material Halls knew about it. If the disciples of their College of Martial Arts training could enter the Outer Space Palace to cultivate, then this would be a huge opportunity. Whoever entered the Outer Space Palace with more disciples would have the chance to become the new dean. 10 minutes later, the formation was over. Buzz! Long Fei and Ling Long landed. This was a relatively secretive array, located deep within Endless Mountains. However, the instant the two of them landed, ha! Swish! The 8 spears circled around and pointed at their throat. One of them sneered, We've waited half a year for one to arrive. Brat, you're lucky today, ha ha. Finally, we didn't wait in vain. To intentionally leave behind a teleportation formation that didn't break is just for you to walk right into our trap, ha ha ha. The trash of the God Emperor Academy. When the inner master of Magic Tribe of Endless Mountains did not have the breaking through the seal, there were many teleportation circle, but the gathering was destroyed. Only the most secret. It wasn't that they didn't want to destroy it, but that their abilities couldn't be destroyed at all. Long Fei looked at the formation beneath his feet and his heart trembled slightly. Dragon Clan's Outpost Teleportation Formation. It was the same as the teleportation formation he had seen in the Eternal Mountain Range, and perhaps a bit stronger. After fusing with the head of the Yuan Long, the current Long Fei could clearly feel the aura of the dragon race within the array. Even though millions of years had passed, the array was still filled with dense energy. The Green Dragon ancestor said, The dragon race has set up many array formations in the gods' martial continent. Although some of them have been destroyed due to the depletion of their energy, most of them have been preserved. When you truly become the master of the dragon domain, you will be able to reactivate all of the formations. These magic formations were also one of the most powerful areas of the Dragon Clan. Long Fei slightly pulled Ling Long behind him and said, Don't be afraid. Ling Long did not look afraid. Instead, her eyes narrowed, and she entered a battle state saying, I am not afraid. Yo! There's also a lively girl. Ha ha ha! Brothers, today we will be able to eat meat. This little girl is so beautiful. Just one look at her will be enough to captivate people. A Magic Tribe man's eyes lit up. His Adam's apple rolled along his saliva. Little beauty, come and play with us. Don't worry, we'll definitely make you want to die, hee hee. Ha ha! Everyone else laughed. Long Fei's gaze tightened with killing intent, and the dragon salure in his hand dropped. You're courting death. Ha! The chi in the air moved. A burst of Slay's power immediately shot out. The blade moved and cut. Shwa! The saber chi that was like a thin slit came slicing down. Crack! The wretched man from Magic Tribe was split into two, followed by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting 1,300 experience points, 200 power of celestial points, and 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Fairy Stones 1. Instant kill. The other 7 didn't react immediately. Long Fei pulled Ling Long and suddenly rushed out of the encirclement, reminding her, "Follow behind me, don't run around." It was also at this time. The other 7 disciples of Magic Tribe rushed forward. "Brat, you're dead meat. Kill him. Don't let him live." With his left hand, he protected Ling Long and his right hand held the dragon salure. Facing the 7 of them, he was practically slashing them one after another, slashing 6 times in a row, instantly using slay. The system kept beeping out notifications. The last man fell to the ground in fright, both hands on the ground as he fell back. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Long Fei said, "I don't mind not killing you. How many strongholds do you have in the Endless Mountains? Tell me how many there are." "I have to find out." That person immediately said, "There are 4 strongholds with a total of 1,000 people. We are only a small team. Please spare me. Don't kill me, I won't dare to do it again." He continued to plead for mercy. However, the corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted as he laughed coldly and slashed the dragon salure in his hand. The man was so scared that his face turned pale. "I told you everything. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me?" Long Fei said, "Is that so? Did I say that? Why can't I remember?" He had to be killed. Not killing Ling Long was a disaster, and their insults to Ling Long were close to death. Then again, if he were to return alive, he would definitely contact the other disciples of Magic Tribe to kill them. Right now, Long Fei had no interest to play with them. Crack! As the knife landed, the man let out a miserable scream. "You will die too, just you wait." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting 1200 EXP for defeating Magic Tribe's subordinate Luo, 100 power of celestial and 10 energy values. He didn't have anything else for killing 8 people consecutively, but he received 80 points of striking energy value. Only after encountering berserk attacks from the boss did he feel good. Long Fei looked at the 8 corpses, then looked at Ling Long and said, "You're not scared, right?" Ling Long shook her head and said, "Senior brother, you clearly said that you won't kill him, but why did you kill him in the end?" She couldn't understand. Long Fei looked at Ling Long and said, "You're too naive." He did not explain and said, "Let's go. If you don't go through some things, you'll never understand them." Growing up was like this. Ling Long didn't like to kill people, and she didn't like to kill anyone, no matter who it was. Seeing Long Fei's back as he was walking further away, Ling Long immediately followed him. A few minutes later, a white light flashed on the formation. 5 people appeared on the formation. Tu Zhan's small team was the group of 5 who had crushed Dao Feng in the morning. Facing any enemy, Tu Zhan liked to crush them. It was an absolute crush, so when the opponent was sprawled on the ground, he would crush them until they couldn't stand up. Thus he brought his recently formed team over. He wanted Long Fei to lie on the ground and not be able to stand up. Tu Zhan looked at the corpses around him and laughed coldly. "Seems like you still have some strength." At this time, a disciple said, "Boss, 2 people in the southwest direction. Their speed is not fast." Tu Zhan raised his gaze and said, "Chase." As soon as he finished, the 5 of them were like a jungle cheetah as they swiftly made their way out. Chapter 830 Fairy Beast. Chapter 830 Fairy Beast in another place. Palace Question of God, Supreme God Courtyard. 19 phantoms appeared in the courtyard. Supreme God, Long Fei went to the Sea of Hell King. Supreme God smiled faintly, His smile was filled with satisfaction and said, Nether King see, Dragon Body Tomb, looks like Long Fei is going to open up the second Dragon God's tomb. All right. Very good, very good. The Supreme God was extremely satisfied as he said, when he finds all the dragon tombs, then it will probably be the day the dragon domain opens, ha ha. He had long since known about the Nether King's seized dragon body tomb. He also knew that the Wild's family did not destroy his entire clan, and that Long Wushan did not even kill a single person that day. From the looks of it, some secrets cannot be kept. 19 said lightly, Sir, the Sea of Hell King is too close to the Western Desel territory. Is he in danger? Supreme God said. He is the son of the prophecy. Even if there is danger, he will resolve it. Before, I did not understand, but now I understand, ha ha. However, Supreme God thought about the Long Zhanting more than 10 years ago. At that time, nearly everything was arranged by him and his master. Only later on did he realize that they were wrong, which in turn led to the opposite. They would not make such a mistake again. What they wanted was result. As long as there were results, the process didn't matter. Supreme God said slightly, The God Emperor Academy tournament is near, you must make all preparations. The Western Devil Lord forces are too calm during this period of time. I'm worried that an accident will happen in the tournament. You must search carefully. You cannot let the demon area bandits destroy the tournament. 19 said heavily, Disciple obeys. Supreme God knew that Long Fei had gone to the Sea of Hell King. Song Qianqing of the Dark Domain also knew. He was becoming more and more interested in the Dragon Domain's secret treasures. Qian, I'll give you one more chance. This time, you only need to help Long Fei and everything he wants to do. I just need to know the location of the Dragon Domain as soon as possible and the method to open it. Song Qianqing slightly said. Song Qianqian lowered his head and did not speak. Song Qianqing smiled faintly. If this matter is successfully completed, I will let you bring your mother away from this place, and you will regain your eternal freedom. Song Qianqian's eyes flashed with a blazing light. Freedom! This was something she desperately wanted. Song Qianqing said, But if you are not finished, hee. The smile was very sinister. Song Qianqing continued to speak, Then you will never be able to meet your mother, and you will never be able to think of being free either. The rest of your life will all be in my hands, understand? Song Qianqian clenched his fists secretly and said coldly, Understood. Song Qianqing gently lifted the hair around Song Qianqian's ears, looked at that exquisite face, and smiled. Go. When Song Qianqing lifted her hair, her body was trembling and she was extremely afraid. In her heart, Song Qianqing was a demon. Song Qianqian left quickly. At this moment, an old man walked in and said, Domain Lord, do you really want to give her freedom? Then about the marriage agreement with Master of Magic Tribe. Song Qianqing laughed coldly. If you didn't say it, how could you make her work even more for me? As for the marriage with the Master of Magic Tribe, this matter will depend on who can obtain the Dragon Domain's secret treasure. If I get it, hee. Then this Song Qianqian. A lewd smile appeared on his face. It was very sinister and very terrifying. We'll talk about the endless mountains. Long Fei and Linglong's speed was not fast. Moreover, there were many rare spirit grass in the mountain, and they were constantly being harvested. Gathering spirit grass was her favorite thing to do, another Tier 3 immortal herb. There are so many spirit grass in this endless mountains. The more dangerous the mountain, the fewer people there would be. Naturally, there would be more immortal herbs. Long Fei also picked a few stalks from time to time, but he hunted demon beasts most of the time to open up a path for Linglong. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the forest. Long Fei frowned and immediately landed beside Linglong and said, 7 raiding monster and beasts. Boom! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, a huge tiger with golden armor pounced forward and blocked in front of Long Fei. Armored fairy beast? Long Fei's gaze tensed up. The spirit chi on the fairy beast was very special. The spirit chi released by the fairy beast in front of him was extremely powerful. Roar! 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 The armored fairy beast released a low growl from its throat. It stared at Long Fei and drooled from its fangs. Long Fei said, "You want to eat this, Daddy, right? Perfect. I'm hungry too. Let's see who eats who." Long Fei took a look at his striking energy value. 90 points, his heart trembled. If only I had 100 points of striking value. Even if you do not have striking energy value, you will still be blown away. Be careful. As soon as he finished, Long Fei rushed out with the devil's sword in hand. With ethereal footsteps, he landed in front of the fairy beast and shouted, "Come!" Roar! With a roar, the powerful strength stripes S on his body burst out and pounced towards Xiang Longfei. The claw slashed down like a sharp blade. Long Fei moved, insight into sword method. The devil's sword in his hand moved, his body rushing down, his sword thrusting towards the fairy beast's lower jaw. Bam! The sword struck, but Long Fei was also slashed by the sharp claws, leaving 3 wounds on his chest. Again. Long Fei rushed forward again. The war tiger was also extremely angry. It was a huge insult to it that a weak human like it could not be killed in a second. His footsteps quickened. Roar! Soon after, the wartiger's body became 2. Long Fei's eyes darkened, and he exclaimed in his heart, "Holy shit, body dividing technique? That's not right. It's an illusion technique." Long Fei's heart skipped a beat. Right now, he had to deal with 2 war tiger at the same time, and any one of them could be fake. Ling Long cried out in alarm, "Senior brother, do you need my help?" Long Fei said, "Just take care of yourself." It was one thing for him to come and help at a time like this, but it was one thing for him not to cause any trouble. Even though Long Fei did not know what level Ling Long's cultivation was, but it was definitely not very strong. Against the fairy beast, Long Fei alone felt it difficult. If it was 2 people, he would feel even more burdened. And then, Long Fei frowned, "You want to compete with me in body transformation illusion? Alright. Then Laozi will let you experience what a clone is like." Long Fei moved, releasing the powerful power of celestial, multiple shadows. 1,000 clones appear. Ha! In an instant, Long Fei's clones surrounded 1,000 people. They all rushed forward crazily. After tightly holding onto the 2 war tiger, the corner of Long Fei's mouth curved up as he laughed excitedly. "You're arrogant again. You must be amazing to be able to use a doppelganger illusion, right? Rub." Long Fei scolded angrily, "Kill." Chapter 831, Stealing a Boss? Chapter 831, Stealing a Boss? More people? Long Fei had never been afraid. It just depends on how strong your illusion war tiger is. 1,000 clones rushed up and instantly trapped the war tiger. Long Fei didn't care. He seized the moment when it was in a daze and attacked continuously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk, overlay, slay. The third strike raised the defensive loopholes on the wartiger's body to the maximum as it dealt a critical hit. The war tiger cried out in pain. "I'll take your life while you're sick." Long Fei's heart exploded. 5th level unparalleled, open. The flames around his body became even more intense, and started chopping down towards a war tiger. He did not care about any sword technique or sword moves as he stood on the threshold. "Fuck, I made you act so arrogantly. The fairy beast is amazing, right? Even fairy beasts have to die for me." The amount of blood on top of Wartiger's head was becoming smaller and smaller, and it was almost reaching the bottom. It was also at this time. One of the disciples in the dark said, "Boss, these are the 4 fairy beasts. If he kills them, their immortal foundation will disappear." "Boss, a 4th-rank fairy beast is worth tens of thousands of fairy stones. We cannot let it go." This is a top-quality fairy beast. Tu Zhan naturally understood in his heart and decisively shouted out, "First, suppress that little junior sister." The two disciples moved, and instantly landed in Ling Long's life. One of them moved his fingers, and grabbed Ling Long by the throat and coldly shouted, "Make him stop!" Ling Long did not even think about the people around her. Her thoughts were all on Long Fei, and the sudden appearance of someone shocked her, so she shouted, "Senior brother." It was also at this time. Tu Zhan walked out with a complacent sneer. He looked at Long Fei and said, "Brat, I didn't think that you had so many tricks up your sleeve. You even crippled fairy beast. Good, now it's none of your business." Scram to the side. 5 people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Long Fei's gaze tightened, but he did not sense anything either. Yan Huang ancestor said, "I was cultivating just now, I didn't expect someone to follow you." Yan Huang ancestor was not always able to notice the auras around Long Fei, so he had to cultivate as well. Long Fei looked at their clothes. "Someone from the God Emperor Academy?" Ling Long immediately asked, "Senior brother, did you guys get it wrong? We are also from the God Emperor Academy." She was too naive. Tu Zhan sneered coldly and said, "We naturally know that you are someone from the God Emperor Academy. Otherwise, how would I have followed you two here?" And then, Long Fei immediately understood. "Seems like you are someone from the Green Dragon Matrial Hall. Smart. Arrogant Dragon Squad's 4 pieces of trash should have told you my name." Tu Zhan still had a pleased smile on his face as he said, "Long Fei, some people cannot be touched. Since you dare to touch Teacher Ouyang's woman, then prepare to die. Now hand over that fairy beast and I will let you die without pain." Tu Zhan said with contempt. He didn't think that there would be another gift for killing Long Fei. Grade 4 immortal roots should be able to sell for a lot of fairy stones. They just so happened to be lacking fairy stones for cultivation to be able to compete in the academy competition after 2 months. Long Fei's gaze also became cold as he said solemnly, "Ouyang Jian. How dare you?" Tu Zhan immediately shouted out, "Teacher's name, how can you, a trash from Nantian region, call it? Now I order you to get out of my way." And then, Long Fei glanced at Ling Long. Long Fei's gaze shifted as he said faintly, "It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, as this father will never take revenge overnight. You delivered it yourselves. Then go to hell." To Tu Zhan, killing Long Fei meant giving away his fairy beast, but to Long Fei, it meant killing his own enemy. The anger in his heart never faded. If they did not stop them, Long Fei would have definitely charged towards the Green Dragon Matrial Hall, but he did not expect that these people would actually come to this place to kill him. That's perfect. It was exactly what he wanted. Long Fei shouted and said, "You want the fairy beast, right? Come and get it if you dare." Tu Zhan frowned. "Are you looking to die? Charge." One of the disciples' claws moved, and 2 dragon roars sounded out in the air. The 2 claws were like dragon claws grabbing onto Xiang Long Fei's throat. He said in a heavy tone, "Get down!" At this moment, inside Long Fei's body. "Oh, Big Brother Azure Dragon, someone is using the Azure Dragon Claw. So powerful, ha ha! Ha ha!" All the dragons burst into laughter. Green Dragon Ancestor had a bitter face. Green Dragon Claw? This is more like chicken feet. Following that, Green Dragon Ancestor roared in anger, "Boss, let him experience the real Green Dragon Claw." Long Fei stared blankly before replying, "Understood." Suddenly, the power of the Green Dragon Ancestor burst out from Long Fei's body. It could be said that even the old fire of the Green Dragon Ancestor was up, and he could still use the Azure Dragon Claw in front of door to door, but you have to make it look better. Long Fei's claws moved. Roar! Roar! 2 true Azure Dragon roars rang out, and the draconic roars shook the entire area. The face of the Green Dragon Matrial Hall disciple sank. He was so shocked by the dragon roar in the sky that his mind trembled. Long Fei's claws struck out. I'll let you experience the real green dragon claw. Bam! Attacking with just one move, Long Fei gave up on killing the fairy beast because he still needed 10 points of energy values, so he looked at the green dragon Matrial Hall disciple and shouted, "Explode for me!" Boom! The paw print on Long Fei's 5 fingers suddenly turned into a real dragon claw image, grabbing the man's head. One stomp. Crack! His entire head was split open and blown apart. Half of his body swayed as he stood there unsteadily. With a plop, he fell to the ground, blood spewing out from his mouth. One hit kill. And at the same time, he was using the Azure Dragon Claw, the real Azure Dragon Claw. The green dragon ancestor disdainfully said, "Pa! You call it the Azure Dragon Claw just like that, you really make me lose face." And then green dragon ancestor's aura retracted, and disappeared from Long Fei's body. Long Fei also said in disdain, "Is this how trash the green dragon Matrial Hall is? Cannot withstand a single blow." Disdain. Quite contemptuous. This person had instantly killed Dao Feng in the morning, and his green dragon claws fiercely crushed Dao Feng, but right now Long Fei was using the same move to kill him. This made the anger in the hearts of Tu Zhan and the other 3 burst out. It was not because Long Fei had killed their brother, but because Long Fei had humiliated the green dragon Matrial Hall. Tu Zhan shouted, "Long Fei!" Long Fei immediately laughed. "Why are you calling out to your father?" Tu Zhan was enraged. "I will kill you!" Long Fei laughed coldly and said, "You go to the side first, I still have some things to do first." It was also at this time the system sounded out. Long Fei did not care what he shouted, but rather, he looked at his striking energy value, which just happened to reach 100 points. With a move of his feet, he used all his strength and heavily punched the fairy beast. "Explode for me!" Chapter 832, Rosefinch Blood Vessel. Chapter 832, Rosefinch Blood Vessel. 100 energy values were gathered. Without waiting for even a second, Long Fei's fists were like thunder, directly smashing the fairy beast to the ground. Tu Zhan's eyes darkened. "Are you crazy? A 4th stage fairy beast. If he were to kill it, there would be nothing left, and his immortal foundation would disappear too." Would his immortal foundation, which was worth tens of thousands of fairy stones, disappear just like that? Was this person retarded? Even Ling Long could not understand, why did Long Fei want to kill this fairy beast? That was an immortal foundation. Boom! The blood on top of the fairy beast's head fell. Long Fei killed it very accurately, and the other was that the war tiger was an illusion clone. At that moment, his clone also quickly disappeared. The system sounded out, and Long Fei immediately said, "Release Berserk ability points." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100,000 experience for killing 4th rank fairy beast, 1,000 power of celestial and 1 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining battle armor immortal root. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining illusion immortal root. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining War Tiger S. Do you wish to fuse them? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Illusion World. Do you wish to cultivate it? The system sounded out continuously. Long Fei was completely dumbfounded. Twin immortal roots? A fairy beast could only produce 1 type of immortal root, but Long Fei could obtain 2 immortal roots in an instant, not because the War Tiger was a twin immortal root fairy beast, but because of his berserk power. 100 energy values points were not fake. After releasing berserk, his chance of exploding would increase 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 10,000 times faster when his luck exploded. This was the charm of berserk. It was a complete mess. Ding! The War Tiger was swallowed by the dragon Salyer. Before the dragon Salyer devoured him, Yen Huang ancestor refined a little bit of the war tiger. He had mastered more than 10 different types of blood vein, and he knew how to refine all kinds of people that Long Fei killed, demon beast, fairy beast, boss, and he would refine even a little bit of the blood vein's power. He wanted to create a unique blood vein for Long Fei. The strongest blood vein. Fantasy world? What kind of cultivation technique is this? Long Fei looked through the system to see the stats of the fantasy world. Ding! System notification. Unable to check, player needs to fuse with an illusion technique to be able to cultivate this skill. It's still linked together? Long Fei muttered in his heart, the idea moved. Fusion of an illusion technique with the immortal foundation. He was now a 9th-level madman. If he wanted to step into the virtual immortal stage, he would have to fuse with a 4th-grade immortal foundation, which could be considered a top-grade immortal foundation. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 100 experience points for fusing with Illusion Celestial Root, Power of Celestial 100 points, and 100 points as a special reward. Cultivate. Long Fei moved and pressed on the fantasy cultivation technique. At the same time, he opened the system to check. Cultivation technique. Fantasy world grade. Divine grade consumption. 10,000 power of celestial S description. This is an illusion. Once it is used, the opponent will be affected by the illusion and the user will be able to control the illusion. Damn! An illusion technique. Long Fei had thought that it was a spatial technique, but this illusion technique could also be considered a spatial technique. As long as his opponent fell for his illusions, Long Fei could take control of his life. Long Fei only used a few seconds to check the items. The fairy beast was killed by him, causing Tu Zhan to be unable to contain his anger. He stared at Long Fei with eyes filled with rage, but he could not understand why. He didn't even want a Tier 4 Immortal Foundation? Of course. If he could figure it out, then what the hell was Long Fei doing? Since the fairy beast was already dead, he did not have to worry about anything anymore. His gaze turned cold as he stared at the 2 brothers on the other side and shouted, "Kill this woman for me. Kid, if you kill the fairy beast, I'll kill your woman." Not only her, Chen Tianfei, Man Tuoyuo, Xiaoying, Dao Feng, Han Xueji, Zheng Qingsong, Wang Qingshan, and the others all have to die. Before coming here, he had already investigated everything about Long Fei. If you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. As long as they found the opportunity, these people would all die. Long Fei's eyes became cold. "You are from the Pan family?" Tu Zhan coldly snorted and said, "I am from the Green Dragon Matrial Hall. Kill them all." With a roar, the disciple holding on to Ling Long's throat glared at her with killing intent. Exerting force through his fingers, Ling Long's throat said hoarsely, "Senior brother, quickly leave." "Leave? Humph. Let's go to the infernal realm," Tu Zhan sneered. He did not place Long Fei in his eyes at all. Long Fei also did not think of leaving. In this lifetime, he would absolutely not flee again. Looking at Ling Long's pale face, Long Fei shouted in his heart, "Let me see just what kind of power this illusory realm is." The idea moved and thought, flower of myriad manifestation. Buzz! Imperceptibly, the power of an idea rushed out, easily entering the mind of the disciple who was grabbing onto Ling Long's throat. Ding! Release successful. One move was a success. Long Fei was also surprised. He suddenly thought of the disciple. This should be the illusion he controlled. Long Fei ordered, "Relax." The man instantly let go of Long Fei's hand and with a move of the idea, he ordered him to walk to Tu Zhan's side. Tu Zhan was surprised for a moment and said, "OL3, what are you doing? I told you to kill her." "Pa!" As the slap landed, Tu Zhan's eyes darkened and his reaction speed increased, as he kicked out. Bam! The other party had sent him flying with a kick. Third bro, are you courting death? Tu Zhan's eyes turned sinister. He looked at the other disciple and said, "Kill her for me." That person reacted and took a step forward. At the beginning, Linglong had been careless, and her survival experience outside was not enough. She did not know that the human heart was dangerous, but this was also because she was too naive. However, this time she reacted. The moment that person struck down with his palm, Long Fei's gaze darkened, and said in a loud voice, "Little junior sister." Not waiting for him to finish. Boom! A pair of wings suddenly appeared on Linglong's back. It was colorful and dazzling. A powerful force burst out from the wings and sent the green dragon Matrial Hall disciple flying. As for her, she instantly flew into the air, her figure invisibly appearing like a divine bird. Everyone was shocked. He didn't know how to react. The green dragon Matrial Hall disciple who was sent flying immediately cracked his chest. His internal organs had already shattered, and he was instantly killed. This power was too terrifying. Just a single shake was enough to kill a genius. Long Fei had to admit that he was stunned. "What's the situation?" Long Fei muttered. "Isn't she a weak little junior sister? How did you become so strong?" Yan Huang ancestor said in shock, "Rosefinch blood vessel." Chapter 833 One-Hit Kill. Chapter 833 One-Hit Kill. The Yan Huang ancestor's voice fell. Long Fei suddenly realized that the divine bird in the sky was exactly the same as the vermilion bird in the legend. A seemingly weak little girl, who was being pushed around everywhere in the elixir martial arts branch, was actually the descendant of a rosefinch blood vessel. Wasn't this too freaking terrifying? Tu Zhan was shocked. He also realized that the blood vein on Linglong's body had an extraordinary strength. However, his target this time was Long Fei. Boom! Tu Zhan's strength exploded out, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards Xiang Longfei, wanting to kill him in one blow. "Long Fei, go and die!" In the air, Ling Long shouted out, and the power of the divine bird vermilion bird came crashing down, striking towards Tu Zhan. Long Fei frowned. "Good job. If you dare to touch my brother today, I will tear you apart." Zhang Xian frowned. The power of Celestial suddenly dropped in value. Long Fei did not want to give Tu Zhan any chance, and he did not need to worry about any strong techniques in the Endless Mountains. He shouted out in his heart, "Big Day Tashigata! Buddha Palm Technique! Rumble!" A loud sound rang out in the air as a gigantic palm print came crashing down from the sky. The golden palm print was as big as the sky as it struck towards Tu Zhan. Boom! 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 After a series of explosions, the air could not withstand it and cracks continued to emit out of the void. The powerful aura directly crushed Tu Zhan to the ground, causing him to kneel down. Looking at the gigantic golden palm print crashing down on him, he roared out in frustration, "What palm technique is this? Impossible, impossible! It's impossible for you to cultivate this kind of palm technique. Big Day Tashigata!" There was no palm technique in this world. No one knew what palm technique it was made from. Long Fei looked at him with contempt and said, "What palm technique is this? Pig slaughtering palm. Those who touch my brother die. Those who slander my Nantian region die. Anyone who hurts my woman die. Today, even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough." Long Fei moved and roared, "Die!" The Buddha palm technique crashed onto the ground. Together with the other person, as well as the 3 people who had been struck by Long Fei's illusionary world, they were crushed under the palm of the Buddha palm technique, and a gigantic palm print appeared on the ground. The entire Endless Mountains began to tremble. Terrifying to the extreme. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Tu Zhan, for obtaining 3000 experience, 200 power of celestial and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Beastmaster Immortal Root. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for killing. The system continuously exploded. The three dropped quite a few things. Long Fei said to the ancestor, "Ancestor, leave the 4th grade immortal foundation for me, the other things will be yours." At this time, Long Fei needed the immortal foundation. Dao Feng, Han Xueji, Wang Qingshan, Fatmen Chen, Xiao Ying and the others needed to fuse with a 4th grade immortal foundation. Since they were going to start a war with the Green Dragon Matrial Hall, they had to make preparations. Long Fei had once said that he would definitely allow Dao Feng and the others to soar into the sky. He wanted to create a power that belonged solely to him, Long Fei. He had killed 3 people with a single palm strike. The strong force quickly devoured Long Fei's body, causing Long Fei's body to sink down. He was barely able to stand steadily, as he was forced to retreat several steps back. Linglong quickly flew down and supported Long Fei. "Senior brother, are you all right?" Long Fei's face was very pale, and his body was extremely exhausted. This was because the power of the Big Day Tashigata was too strong, causing his body to be unable to endure, which was why such a situation would occur. However, it was much better than the first time he directly fainted. During this period of time, whether it was in the Dragon Head Mountain or the Shili Desert, Long Fei's physical body was constantly improving, breaking through his limits time and time again, allowing his physical body's endurance to become extremely strong. Otherwise, he would have fainted again. Huff! Long Fei exhaled a heavy breath and muttered to himself, "This time, I finally managed to resist, and I didn't faint." And then, Long Fei smiled lightly at Linglong and said, "I'm fine, little junior sister never thought that you would have such a powerful rosefinch blood vessel." Linglong giggled and said, "I'm sorry about that, senior brother. I don't like the martial arts training, I prefer alchemy." She rarely cultivated, so no one would discover her blood vein, otherwise they would definitely shock the entire God Emperor Academy. The rosefinch blood vessel was an ancient blood vein after all. Maybe he would even be selected by the palace question of Goddess. Long Fei said, "Do as you wish, do not overly suppress yourself. You are the inheritor of the ancient divine beast, there must be a reason why it chose you." Linglong said, "Junior sister will remember, in the future junior sister will not suppress his heart, it will become stronger, hee. However, compared to my rosefinch blood vessel, senior brother's palm just now was very strong, filled with dense Buddhist light. Is this holy Buddhahood's cultivation technique? Could it be that the senior brother is someone from the holy Buddhahood? The holy Buddhahood only existed in teleportation, the Buddhist light shone everywhere, and the holy power was boundless." Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "No, you still know holy Buddhahood?" Linglong said, "I also read about it in an ancient book in Secret History Pavilion. It seems like that book was also fabricated. To think I still believed it. Very naughty, very cute." Long Fei sat on the ground and panted heavily, then said, "My body is currently extremely weak, and I need to rest for a few hours to recover." Linglong immediately said, "Senior brother, I will act as your protector, and will absolutely not let anyone hurt you." Long Fei smiled faintly and swallowed a pill. He closed his eyes slightly, allowing his body to relax and recover quickly. It's up ahead. That giant golden palm imprint was in the valley ahead. God Emperor Academy's son of a bitch dares to come here and act so atrociously, Lousy will make sure they never return. In the forest, the disciples of Magic Tribe quickly chased after them. The 8 disciples of Magic Tribe being killed along with the huge palm just now had caused all the disciples in the Magic Tribe stronghold to wake up from their stupor. At the same time, they surrounded Long Fei and the others. Half an hour later, hundreds of disciples of Magic Tribe were coming closer and closer. Linglong frowned. She had already sensed many powerful auras. Looking at Long Fei, who was meditating behind her, her 2 little fists clenched tightly. I will definitely not let anyone hurt senior brother. While they were talking, her exquisite body moved, and her two gorgeous wings were revealed. Half a minute later, dozens of Magic Tribe S arrived first. Looking at the wings on Ling Long's back, their expressions changed. Divine bird blood vein? Catch her, strip her off her blood vein. There's another wounded man over there. Kill that man, bring the woman away. The master of Magic Tribe needs this kind of strong ancient blood vein, hee. Ling Long was not afraid, her eyebrows moved, and said, I will definitely not let you hurt senior brother. She rushed out. Chapter 834 Giving Out Experience in One Waves. Chapter 834 Giving Out Experience in One Waves. Bang, bang, bang. Ling Long made continuous moves, blocking more than 10 Magic Tribe S. Even though she had a strong blood vein, she was only one person after all. Furthermore, her cultivation was only arrogant immortal state and she wasn't adept in battle, so how could she be a match for him? Boom. Ling Long was sent flying with a slap, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Without waiting for more than 10 people to come close, her wings moved once again and she rushed forward. I will definitely not let you hurt the senior brother. He was incomparably resolute. A Magic Tribe sneered. Oh, he's your little lover, right? What can a weak body like his give you? Let's see our powerful physique. They will definitely be able to make you feel good. Ha ha ha. Little beauty, it's better for you to obediently surrender. We'll take pity on you. Ha ha ha. Many people laughed. It was also at this time. The 100 surrounding disciples of Magic Tribe S tightly surrounded the two of them. They watched her eyes light up. If Ling Long were to fall into their hands, I'm afraid. Infuriated, Ling Long rushed forward again. The Magic Tribe S quickly retreated. On the other side, another group of disciples of Magic Tribe S rushed towards Xiang Longfei. Little beauty, we're going to kill your little lover. Ling Long turned around and flew over to stop the other group. Immediately after, the disciples of Magic Tribe on the other side rushed at Xiang Longfei. Ling Long flew over again. She was like a ball being played by these disciples of Magic Tribe. These disciples of Magic Tribe S all laughed at her and laughed at her loudly. There were more and more disciples of Magic Tribe in the valley, and the disciples of the 4 strongholds had basically all gathered here. Half an hour later, Ling Long gasped. The power of Celestial in her body was almost exhausted. Long Fei still sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. Little beauty, you're almost unable to endure it, right? Are you going to follow us? We will make you happy, ha ha. At this moment, the encirclement continued to shrink, and Ling Long was also retreating, but she had been protecting Long Fei behind her all along. Looking at the surrounding disciples of Magic Tribe who was walking over, she said, I won't let you hurt senior brother, you all had better leave quickly, and once senior brother recovers, none of you will be able to leave. See the deep pit here, it is the powerful palm technique released by senior brother. Ha ha! Little beauty, you want to scare us to death. If your senior brother is powerful, let him make a move. Hurry up, I'm so scared. Do you know where this is? This is the territory of our demon area. You trashy God Emperor Academy S will all die if you behave atrociously in our territory, but you are an exception. The encirclement was only 5 meters away. Ling Long was still standing in front of Long Fei to protect him. Her forehead was tightly locked, and she did not urge him any further, nor did she choose to leave. With her power as a rosefinch blood vessel, escaping was an extremely easy task. But she didn't. It was because Long Fei was the first senior brother to bring her out. He was also the first person to protect her. She also had to protect Long Fei, because in her heart, Long Fei was a good person. Little beauty, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently get out of the way. Let us kill him. This man killed 8 of our brothers. I will hack him into pieces. If you say so, we won't kill you. We will cherish you well. A magic tribe said. Linglong said firmly, "If you want to touch my senior brother, you have to kill me." That magic tribe powerhouse also lost his patience. "Little bitch, don't king refuse to drink whatever you want. If it wasn't for the blood vein in your body that is useful to master of magic tribe, if it wasn't for your looks, do you think you would still be alive? Stop talking nonsense with her. Attack!" A magic tribe immediately shouted, and 2 disciples rushed out from behind him and landed in mid-air. The 2 of them extended their hands and a black gigantic net covered Linglong's head. Linglong had already overdrawn her power of celestial. Even if she saw the huge net descending from the sky, there was nothing she could do. However, she still stood firmly behind Long Fei, incomparably resolute. "Silly girl." The moment the giant net landed, a voice came out from behind Linglong. It was also at this time. Long Fei's figure moved, and he held a long spear in his hands. The long spear moved, and he pointed it at the sky, and the spear's body ignited, burning the sky. It directly burnt that huge net. Long Fei stood in front of Linglong and lightly scratched her nose, saying, "Silly girl." Linglong looked excited and asked, "Senior brother, are you all right?" Long Fei grinned. "Against such a large wave of experience, even if it's not good, I would at least get better." "Huh! Experience?" Linglong did not move. At this moment, Long Fei moved and said to Patriarch Huang Quan, "There are too many people, I can't kill them all by myself. It's time to let Hell Core take action." Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Understood." The Yellow Spring summoning seal moved. 1,000 of the Yin soldiers walked out from the death-calling God seal. All of them looked at Long Fei and said, "We greet boss." Long Fei smirked and chuckled, "Kill them all." "Yes, sir." With that, 1,000 of the ghost soldiers rushed out. At the same time, the pike in Long Fei's hand moved, pointed at the magic tribe and laughed. "Thank you very much, you know I need to level up to give me this much experience." "Oh yeah, you were the one who wanted to kill me just now, right? Come. Long Fei's body released a wild aura. Bam! Bam! One after another, disciples of magic tribe after another suddenly fell, as if they had seen a ghost. At the same time, Long Fei and his system beep also crazily sounded out, one after another. "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" Ah! A sudden, miserable scream rang out. The disciples of magic tribe was in a mess. Looking at the dead bodies around him, it was as if they had seen a ghost. And then, the leading few magic tribe immediately shouted, "Retreat, retreat, everyone quickly retreat." Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he laughed coldly. "You want to leave after acting tough? Does Lousy agree?" Moreover, the bodies of the S that were leading the group were glowing with a golden light. They could not be considered bosses, but they were also elite monsters that they could not let go of. Long Fei held Linglong's small hand with one hand and said gently, "Follow me closely." Linglong's cheeks blushed as she nodded. "Yes. Kill." Long Fei's spear moved, the aura of the sky-burning dragon gun erupted. With one spear shot, it pierced a person's head. "Chase after him." They were frantically chasing and killing. Half an hour later, Long Fei killed an elite magic tribe with a single spear strike, then looked at his striking attribute, release 100 points of energy values, explode for me. The system beep. Ding. Chapter 835 Treasure Map. He was about to make a fortune. Chapter 835 Treasure Map. He was about to make a fortune. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Magic Tribe, for obtaining 15,000 experience, 1,000 power of celestial and 10 energy values. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Immortal Crystal, 1. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Sea and Hell's treasure map. And then, ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, first rank of the virtual immortals. He had leveled up, after fusing with the illusory celestial root and stepping into the virtual immortals stage. The power in Long Fei's body crazily changed as the power of the virtual immortals stage poured in. Clenching his fists tightly, a powerful aura gushed forth from him. Not just his own strength. The power of the Yuan Long head in his sea of consciousness also increased a little. Under the stimulation of the power of the dragon head, a strange power started to surge out from his body. He had never felt such power before. After Long Fei broke through the virtual immortal stage, his heart trembled because he felt a different kind of energy within Long Fei's body, and he became excited. It's about to awaken. It's about to awaken. Black Dragon Ancestor also became excited. It's really about to awaken. Ghost Dragon asked, "What's about to awaken?" The Golden Dragon Master also did not understand. What exactly are you two talking about? Aside from the Azure Dragon and Black Dragon, no one else understood. They weren't able to sense that there was a bizarre power awakening within Long Fei's body, even though it was still just a tiny bit of the starfire right now. However, as long as he opened the path of awakening, there would be a day when the wild flame Fang would burn everything in the world. Green Dragon Ancestor replied excitedly, "The dragon's power in Boss's body." "Huh!" Poisonous Ancestor muttered, "Boss doesn't have any dragon blood activation. Shouldn't I open the dragon domain's gate in order to activate the energy in its body?" Green Dragon Ancestor laughed. "Wrong. In his body, it's not that his dragon blood activation is 0, it's just that his dragon blood activation is 100 times higher than normal. It's just that no one, no apparatus or anything, can sense it. The boss merged with the power of the dragon head, and has already activated the power in his body. Following that is the dragon body, the dragon tail, and finally the claws of the attack. Once the boss is done integrating all of this, with a breakthrough in his cultivation, he will be able to activate all of his power and become the king of the dragon domain." The more the Azure Dragon spoke, the more excited he got, as if that day was about to arrive. Black Dragon Ancestor let out a light sigh and said softly, "But the amount of time left for eldest brother is too little. 5 years is too short. Even if the eldest is able to activate the dragon race's strongest power, he would only be able to recover to the peak of 6 million years ago. At that time, he wouldn't be able to withstand the tribulation. But now..." The Black Dragon did not continue. Indeed, 6 million years ago it couldn't withstand it, but now, can it? Black Dragon Ancestor's words were like a bucket of cold water being poured over them. All the other dragons fell silent. Tribulation. Long Fei was still just a virtual immortals stage, not to mention resisting the tribulation. It was hard enough to reach the peak of the Yuan Long 6 million years ago. How could he be an opponent? How could he resist that sort of powerful tribulation? He couldn't block it. Long Fei could not hear what they were saying. He looked at the ancient treasure map from the space ring and asked excitedly, "The Transu's treasure map? Are there many, many treasures?" Ling Long was stunned for a moment and said, "Senior brother, you mean the Transu's lost continent?" "Huh! Lost continent?" Long Fei was startled and asked, "You know about this?" Ling Long said, "Secret History Pavilion has many ancient books. I have read them, and the lost continent of Transu has some records too, but these are all events that happened millions of years ago. The records are very vague. It was only the strongest empire in the west of the Transu that held faith in the gods. It was also because of the great calamity that sank the continent that the Transu was in, causing it to be buried in the ocean forever. None of the members of the Transu escaped, and this calamity was known as the gods' punishment." "I don't know what it means." Long Fei looked at Ling Long and said, "A secret history from millions of years ago. That was the book on the 6th floor of the Secret History Pavilion. Ling Long, can you read the book on the 6th floor with your power?" The 6th floor of Secret History Pavilion required a huge amount of energy to flip through the books. Long Fei at least had not reached that level yet. The last time was also Song Qianqian. He had barely been able to flip through the clan rankings, but Long Fei did not expect Linglong to be able to flip through the books on the 6th floor. Linglong giggled and said, "I used the power of the rosefinch blood vessel." "All right." Long Fei immediately sagged for a while, and muttered in his heart, "The strength of the blood vein again, sigh. When will I be able to fuse a super strong blood vein?" Too self-conscious. The further a blood vein's power was, the more it could be displayed, and a person's innate talent was mostly determined by the blood vein in their body. Yan Huang Ancestor said, "It's going to be soon, it's going to be soon, it won't be long." "Brat, you can't eat hot tofu in such a hurry, why are you in such a hurry with me around?" Long Fei muttered and said, "It's precisely because you're here that I'm anxious." Yan Huang Ancestor. Long Fei continued to ask about the treasure map. "Little junior sister, do you want to go with me to search for treasures?" The treasure map. The lost continent of Transu. The punishments of an Empyrean god. Just these things alone made Long Fei a little unable to hold back. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that the Transu was in the sea in hell, and it might be related to the dragon body tomb. And then again, Long Fei really needed money. The Yin soldiers had not leveled up for some time. If they did not rebel, Long Fei would become even more furious. The Yin soldiers' combat power was too strong, and it could easily become a pair of scissors, a fatal knife. If possible, Long Fei really wanted to train them into flying Immortal Peak Realm, and sweep through all of Heaven Realm. Linglong asked excitedly, "Can I?" "Wow! The Transu's lost continent, maybe it has many unknown spirit grass, maybe it has some mysterious pill formulas." Linglong only had pills in her eyes. Her hobby was alchemy. She who had the Rosefinch blood vessel chose Elixir Martial Arts branch, not Rosefinch Martial Art College. Hearing her words, Long Fei became even more excited and said, "Maybe there really is. The super pill formulas from millions of years ago. When that time comes, we can change the entire pattern of pills in the entire continent." Treasure map. Without treasures, how could it be called a treasure map? I never thought that Berserk would actually drop such a good item. Long Fei was excited and he muttered, "There are no treasures in the ancient giant coffin. This Transu's treasure map definitely has some hidden treasures. Ancestor, just wait for the heavens. My Hell Core, all of you, prepare to ascend to the heavens." Ha ha ha! At this moment, as if hearing Long Fei's words, Hell Core started to slaughter even more frantically. The system beep in Long Fei's body continuously rang out. Chapter 836, Meeting Song Qianqian Again. Chapter 836, Meeting Song Qianqian Again. If all the Hell Core S were golden immortals, Yuan Xian S or even stronger. If the Hell Core is not restricted by the time limit. If only they could freely travel to every corner of God's martial continent. Then, it really happened. There was no need for Long Fei to do anything. His experience skyrocketed, and she could even send them to the Nantian region. All of this is not impossible. As long as he had money. As long as he had fairy stones S and immortal crystals, Yan Huang Ancestor would be able to help Long Fei with all of this. This way, the Patriarch could train the Yin soldiers crazily. Long Fei trained by killing monsters and gaining experience to level up. Normal warriors' resources for cultivation were completely useless to him, but she needed them. Yan Huang Ancestor needs it. If they were strong, Long Fei was strong. Therefore, Long Fei had to think of all sorts of ways to get a large amount of fairy stones and immortal crystals, so that Yan Huang Ancestor and the others could become stronger. 3 hours later, nearly 1,000 disciples of Magic Tribe S had died, and a total of 600 were scared shitless by the 1,000 ghost soldiers chasing them. If it weren't for the time limit, they would have been killed by the ghost soldiers. The ghost soldiers returned to the death-calling god seal. It would take them a few days to recover. If they had immortal crystals, they could quickly replenish their energy in a few hours. Long Fei's heart tensed up and thought to herself, "Ah, money, I want money." Yan Huang ancestor said, "You really need to get more fairy stones. These hell core really need to raise their levels. Right now their cultivation cannot keep up." Long Fei nodded and said secretly, "I understand." Their hunting speed had clearly slowed down by a lot. When they met the demon beast, the warrior's cultivation was also getting higher and higher. If they did not improve, they would just be a bunch of useless trash. He had to level up. Long Fei and Ling Long simply rested for the entire night. The next day, he swiftly headed towards the Sea of the Nether King. Along the way, Long Fei kept on killing and killed any demon beast he saw. As long as she was experienced, she would not even let a single mosquito go. His experience was slowly increasing. Compared to the 1,000 Hellcore, he was way too slow. Compared to an ordinary martial artist, he was flying. 4 days later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. 2nd rank of Virtual Immortals. Upgrade again. After using it for 4 whole days, Long Fei muttered in her heart, "Too slow, it's really too slow." Breaking through the 2nd stage of the Virtual Immortals in 4 days, normal warriors might not even be able to do it in 4 years. Even some of the super geniuses would need a lot of time, so breaking through in 4 days was simply a fantasy story. But Long Fei felt that it was too slow. Standing on the mountaintop and looking off into the distance, he could hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore. "We're finally here." Long Fei was secretly excited and said, "Right in front of us is the Sea of the Underworld Kings, right?" Ling Long spoke up, "Senior brother, this is not the Sea of Hell King. No one knows where the Sea of Hell King is in this sea area. The Sea of Hell is not a big sea. It was like an island somewhere in the ocean." Long Fei was startled. However, he then looked at the Adragon Body Tomb map, and combined it with the Transu's treasure map. He found a common place, an island. Long Fei thought in her heart, "Once I find this island, I should be able to find the Sea of Hell King." It was also thanks to the treasure map of the Transu that Long Fei had found. Otherwise, it would have taken Long Fei a while to find the sea in hell. Long Fei looked at Ling Long and said, "You sure know a lot, ah. It's just like a small encyclopedia." Encyclopedia? Senior brother, what kind of book is that? Other than alchemy, Ling Long was also interested in reading, especially some ancient books, because she wanted to know what kind of blood vein she had in her body. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "There's a small city at the foot of the mountain ahead. Let's rest inside for a day and go out to sea tomorrow." Ling Long immediately said, "Yes." Endless city. In a restaurant. "Little beauty, don't wear a veil. Let me see what you look like." A warrior holding a harpoon looked up and down at the woman eating in front of the window with a lustful look in his eyes. The woman's eyes looked at the city gate. She didn't even raise her eyes as she coldly said, "Scram? Yo! Little girl, you're quite unreasonable. Do you know who I am? Do you know whose territory this endless city belongs to?" The big man holding the harpoon said in disdain. The woman did not speak. He completely disregarded him. He extended his head, lifted his hair, and revealed a smile that he considered handsome. In fact, it was extremely vulgar as he said, "Beauty, eating alone is too boring. Let me accompany you for a drink." Finished. His eyes flickered. One of the lackeys behind him immediately came up with a pot of wine and said, "Little beauty, try my wine." The woman continued to ignore him. However, for a moment, her eyes flashed because she saw someone who made him laugh, watching him walk into the city. The corners of the woman's mouth curled up slightly as she smiled. Although her face was covered by a veil, The harpoon guy could clearly see her smile and was elated. Gudong. The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his Adam's apple rolled down his throat. He immediately filled the cup with wine and said, "Come, come, let's drink a cup." The lady's eyes did not move, she only stared at Long Fei. Following the woman's gaze, he also saw Long Fei. At the same time, he also saw Ling Long, who was beside Long Fei. A lustful look flashed across her eyes, and she said excitedly, "I really got lucky today, I didn't expect to meet two great beauties in one day." And then, the vulgar man shouted, "Bring me those two people. If anyone dares to disobey, break that man's legs. Don't touch that woman, whoever dares to touch him, I'll cripple him." Women were meant to be spoiled. Long Fei was still hungry, so she walked to the entrance of the Endless City. Looking at the word "endless" on the city gate reminded him of the first time she had received a reward from the God's Phoenix Pavilion system. He thought to himself, one more infinity sword would be great. When they entered the city, they were suddenly blocked. "Our boss invites you. You better behave, otherwise, I will make you lie on the ground and become a dead dog." Two big-sized men blocked Long Fei's way. A roadblock, very arrogant. "I think all of you really want to become dead dogs." Long Fei was about to say something, but when he raised her eyes, she saw a woman at the restaurant's window. An extremely beautiful woman who was staring at him without blinking. Long Fei was startled. "Song Qianshan?" Chapter 837, F*ck me, a rich woman. Chapter 837, F*ck me, a rich woman. After leaving Qianji City, Song Qianshan went straight to the Endless City beneath the Endless Mountains. If Long Fei were to go to the sea in hell, he would definitely pass by this place. Now it's here. She laughed too. Long Fei was also stunned for a moment when he saw the window. The last time he saw Dragon Head Mountain, he had really missed her a little, especially because of the three things she had given him. She had begged Qiu Wandao and Elderly in Green's lives for them. If not for these three things, Qiu Wandao would have died of old age by now. "Kid, what are you looking at? Hurry and come over," one of the minions said fiercely. Long Fei smiled and walked towards the tavern. Ling Long said slightly, "Senior brother, these people are so fierce." Long Fei said, "Don't be afraid, they will no longer be fierce." When Long Fei and Ling Long walked into the tavern, the man with the harpoon stared at Ling Long without moving. Just like Song Qianshan, Long Fei stared at the opponent without moving. Long Fei walked to the front of the table, sat down, and asked, "Are you all right?" Song Qianshan said indifferently, "Not bad." Long Fei said, "Thank you for the previous matter." Song Qianshan said, "There's no need to be so polite, I will definitely accomplish what I promised you." The two of them were like old friends who had known each other for a long time. Their words were plain, but they carried a sense of concern. Some of the words did not need to be too clear. Their conversation made the vulgar man beside her anxious. The harpoon in his hand pointed towards Long Fei's face and said, "Brat, you dare to pick up my girl, I think you're tired of living, right?" Long Fei looked at Song Qianshan and asked, "Your friend?" Song Qianshan shook his head and said, "I don't." "Oh!" Long Fei made an "oh" sound, then slightly moved his body. Following that, a dull bang sound was heard, and the perverted man was smashed onto the street. "Io! This is so painful. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and kill him." The vulgar man fell face down, his nose was bruised and his face swollen. Blood was flowing out from his nose, and he was grimacing in pain. The few minions who were still in the tavern weren't even able to see how Long Fei had attacked. Hearing the vulgar man's order, they subconsciously took a step forward and smashed their fists towards Long Fei. Bam! Bang bang! 3 lackeys and 3 loud bangs. Within a second, all of them were in the tavern, smashing the man who had just gotten up onto the ground. The 4 of them stacked together. The man spat out everything he ate in the morning. Very quickly, it was very sharp. Long Fei's eyes moved slightly as he said, "I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to start a massacre." Scram! With a cold glint in his eye, the killing thought's aura was slowly released. The wretched man and the other three hurriedly crawled their way out, escaping to a safe distance. The man shouted in anger, "Kid, just you wait! I'll kill you!" After he finished speaking, he swiftly dashed into the crowd. Long Fei didn't pay any attention to him. "I'll endure you once, twice. Not now." Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei and said, "He is the nephew of the Endless City's city lord." Long Fei laughed. "Seems like you understand me quite well, you wouldn't have been waiting for me here since long ago, right?" Song Qianqian did not hide anything, and she knew that she could not hide it either. It was impossible for such a coincidence to exist in this world, so she smiled and said, "I know that you are going to the Sea of the Underworld Kings." Long Fei was startled, and looked at Song Qianqian. Song Qianqian slightly said, "Dragon Body Tomb." At this moment Long Fei was startled. He then laughed and said, "Seems like your dark domain's Qianji city is very strong, even I know that you are looking for your Dragon Body Tomb. Did you place someone by my side?" He had no choice but to doubt it. Moreover, even if Long Fei had someone planted beside him, Long Fei had never told anyone that he was going to the Dragon Body Tomb. Song Qianqian said, "Our people went to the Shili Desert. The Dragon Body Tomb map was stolen, I think it should be you." Song Qianqian laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be an expert at stealing things." Long Fei moved forward slightly and laughed, "I'm also an expert at stealth." Their eyes met. Long Fei wanted to see through Song Qianqian. Song Qianqian also wanted to see through Long Fei, so there seemed to be sparks flying in the middle of them. Finally, Song Qianqian was defeated. He withdrew his gaze and looked elsewhere, and said, "Hurry up and leave, otherwise you'll be surrounded by the Endless City's guards." Long Fei shrugged and said, "I'm not afraid with you here." "Right. Let me introduce you, little junior sister Linglong. Linglong, this is Dark Domain's Song Qianqian." Long Fei said. Linglong had been silently standing behind Long Fei, just like an obedient maid. Linglong obediently replied, "Sister Qianqian." Song Qianqian looked at Linglong. "Little sister Linglong, this rogue didn't bully you, right?" Linglong shook her head and said, "Senior brother is fine, he wouldn't bully me, he protected me the whole way, I didn't do anything." Song Qianqian looked at Linglong, saw her speaking with a small dimple at the corner of her mouth, then looked at her expression, and said, "Seems like you really know how to hide your feelings, and also how to steal a woman's heart." Long Fei said straightforwardly, "What about your heart? Let me steal it?" Song Qianqian's eyes turned cold, then laughed. "That depends on your ability. Let's go. I've prepared everything." Song Qianqian did not want to stay too long, because she wanted to help Long Fei find the Dragon Body Tomb as soon as possible and help him get there as soon as possible. If that was the case, her mission was completed. She could take her mother far away and seek her freedom. Freedom! What a luxury for her! Long Fei said, "Why are you in such a hurry? You must have rested here for a few days. Senior brother, Linglong is not tired." Long Fei glanced at her and said, "I'm tired, I want to rest. The Emperor isn't in a rush. Why are you all in a rush to become concubines?" "Huh!" The two women looked at Xiang Longfei at the same time. Long Fei immediately laughed. "Just an analogy, just an analogy. Sea and Hell belongs to an unknown domain. It must be more dangerous than we thought it was. We also need to make some preparations." And Long Fei thought about the novel of tomb robbing he had read in his previous life and said, "The Dragon God's tomb is actually in the sea in hell." Song Qianqian took out a sparkling and translucent pearl from his bosom, and said, "I have already prepared it for you, this is a water-repelling pearl. As long as you carry this pearl with you, It would be as if you are on land. Long Fei was startled and said, I still need pills. Is this bag enough? Song Qianshan took out a bag of pills. F***CK. Long Fei said, I need a lot of immortal crystals, do you have them? Pa-ta! A bag was smashed on the table. Song Qianshan did not even look at it and said, 50 immortal crystals, is that enough? 550. Long Fei's eyes lit up and he said, Damn, what a rich lady. Chapter 838 I Am Changing. Chapter 838 I am changing 1 immortal crystal and 100,000 fairy stones. 50 of them was equivalent to 5 million fairy stones. At the very least, it should be able to raise the overall level of the Shadow Squad by several times, right? Looking at the immortal crystals on the table, Long Fei took them without thinking. Don't take them for free. Moreover, right now, he really needed immortal crystals. Yan Huang Ancestor was so happy that it felt like it was New Year. He swallowed his saliva and said, What day is it today? Before he could finish, his mouth was already full. Long Fei disdainfully said, Ancestor, don't just sit around eating, you also want to test my hell core. Looking at the patriarch throw them into his mouth one by one, Long Fei felt his heart ache. Yan Huang Ancestor said, Brat, I'm not full, where would I get the resources to help them cultivate? Long Fei said, All right, since you are the boss then. At this moment, Song Qianshan looked at Long Fei and said, Can we go now? Long Fei asked, Do you still have more immortal crystals? Song Qianshan looked at Long Fei and said, What do you want so many immortal crystals for? You train in the Tao of Death, you use slaughter as a way to break through. You don't even need immortal crystals. Long Fei replied, Who doesn't like immortal crystals? I don't even have a little junior sister like her. Ling Long immediately said, Senior brother, immortal crystals are too precious, I do not need them. Long Fei picked up the pellets on the table and threw them to Ling Long, then said, The pellets here are all of high quality, you keep them, since our thousands of big sisters only have pellets. Dark Domain Song Family. What kind of family was this? In the past, Long Fei might not know, but ever since then, he had specially checked it out. The Song family was the ruler of the Dark Domain. Song Qianqing was even the Dark Domain's ruler who took over the entire Dark Domain. This kind of tycoon would definitely be rich. Song Qianshan replied, There are still some more pills, I don't have any more immortal crystals. 50 immortal crystals was all she had. In the distance, boom, 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 boom. At the entrance of the street, 2 rows of guards walked over in unison. Their murderous auras were overflowing with menace. Ling Long said lightly, Senior brother, let's hurry up and go. Long Fei looked at Song Qianshan and said, Since there are so many things here, let's go. Song Qianshan's sudden appearance caused Long Fei to shiver slightly, and after the previous test, he discovered that Song Qianshan couldn't wait to get to the sea in hell. She was more anxious than Long Fei. What was it for? Long Fei didn't know, but he really wanted to know. The 3 of them walked out of the tavern. The guards quickly rushed up, led by the vulgar man. He pointed to the front and shouted, It's up ahead, it's right in front. Long Fei turned around and glanced at the guards in the distance, and muttered to himself, What a great wave of experience. He did not stop to kill. Although it was a wave of good experience, those were all human, living people. Long Fei was not a homicidal maniac demon. He would not kill madly just because killing people could level up. He would only kill the people they deserved to kill. The 3 of them left the city. Song Qianshan quickly brought them to find a boat. He set sail to sea, sailing towards the endless sea. Western Desel Territory. Demon City. The people from God Emperor Academy are here? Yes, my lord. The Endless Mountains' strongholds have all been pulled out, and 600 brothers were wounded. How many have come? 2. Is it an elder-level powerhouse of the God Emperor Academy? No, that's not it. 2 disciples. Pa! The magic sect slapped his face. You were killed by 2 God Emperor Academy disciples, and you still have the nerve to come back and report? Aren't you going to die? The man quickly got up and said, Master, those 2 people are very different. One of them possesses the divine bird rosefinch blood vessel, while the other is even more strange, sinister. Our people didn't even know that they died like that. Trash is trash. He only knows how to find excuses for himself. At this moment, a voice resounded in his mind. The magic sect's eyes darkened, and immediately shouted at the man, Scram! And then he quickly entered the cultivation grounds of the Master of Magic Tribe and said, Lord Master of Magic Tribe, please summon me. Master of Magic Tribe opened his eyes slightly and said, They're here. The Magic Tribe did not understand and asked, Who came? Western Devil Lord laughed. That kid from Long Family has come. He's currently in the Endless Ocean. They should be looking for you. He knew about the Dragon Body Tomb as well. When the Wilds family suddenly disappeared, he was still not trapped by the people of the Long family. The Magic Tribe was shocked. Long Fei's palm technique of Big Day Tashigata was still imprinted in his mind, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Master of Magic Tribe, what do you want me to do? Western Devil Lord said. I want you to capture them. I want to see him. The expression in the Magic Tribe's eyes changed slightly as he said, Master of Magic Tribe, he is a member of the Long family. Since his ancestor is you, why not just directly kill him? Huh! Master of Magic Tribe glared at him and said angrily, Can't you hear what I'm about to say? The Magic Tribe immediately knelt down. Disciple has heard it clearly. Disciple will immediately do it. Master of Magic Tribe said, I will wake up the sea demons. At that time, he will lend you a helping hand. The Magic Tribe's eyes revealed excitement and he said, Thank you, Master of Magic Tribe. Palace Question of God wanted the things he wanted as well. Not just wanting it. He still wanted to take the entire dragon domain for himself. 6 million years ago, the Dragon Clan was the strongest palm of the gods' martial continent. Dragon Clan had fallen. However, there were a lot of spiritual treasures sealed away and there were a large number of foreign spirit treasures and secret techniques within these treasures. They would definitely surpass the power of immortality. This is what anyone wants. Lifespan. Whoever obtains the dragon domain would be able to control it. Palace Question of God. Dark Domains Qianji City. Western Desil Territory. They were all fighting over Long Fei. The storm stirred. It seemed calm, but this was the calm before the storm. Half a month later, above the sea. We can't go any further. The land ahead is the land of the devils. We can't even get close to it. If we go in, we die. The captain pointed at the dark sea ahead. There was a huge black whirlpool that couldn't be passed through. Moreover, that place was protected by terrifying creatures, and it was called Death Gate. Long Fei looked at the map and said softly, We will be at the sea in hell after we pass through. Song Qianshan said, Then let's go through. The captain immediately shook his head. If I were to go, no matter how much money I give you, I wouldn't go. No one can pass through there. No one can escape the shackles of the law of death. The captain was really scared. He would never advance again. Long Fei looked at the pitch-black death gate, the corner of his mouth lifted upwards and muttered, I'm someone who went to hell before, what's a mere death gate worth? Long Fei looked at Song Qianshan and asked, Are you ready? I'm going to transform. Chapter 839 Giant Beast Under Deep Sea. Chapter 839 Giant Beast Under Deep Sea. As soon as he finished, Long Fei fiercely jumped into the ocean and ferociously dived in. The Emperor has appeared. Rumble. Long Fei, who had jumped into the sea, moved. whether or not he would leave the Mountain Sea scripture mode system and become an emperor. Then, he suddenly flew into the air, his voice resonating in Song Qianqian and Ling Long's mind. "You too, jump up." The two girls were stunned. Song Qianqian instantly jumped on it. Ling Long did not want to be outdone and followed him. The captain looked at the gigantic emperor, his face extremely pale, and immediately peed his pants in fright. "Mama, I want to go home, I want to go home." Rumble! Emperor dived back into the water, causing a huge wave that overturned the sky. Song Qianqian and Ling Long tightly held onto each other. Both of them had water-repelling pearl on them, so they were not worried about the pressure in the water or breathing. Long Fei quickly rushed towards Death Gate. "Death Gate right, I want to see how you will die." Long Fei's body drilled into the ground, disappearing into the depths. As they got closer and closer to the black vortex, the sea water continued to emit rumbling sounds. It was so deafening that no one could withstand it. The closer they got, the louder the sounds became, and the stronger the force became. An extremely strong suction force that even the gigantic emperor couldn't withstand caused Long Fei to struggle with all his might as he roared in his heart, unparalleled at level 5. "Open! Rumble!" Long Fei's body exploded, his power tumbling, barely able to control his body. The idea sent a sound transmission to them. "All of you hold tight." His body moved and his speed increased. Long Fei was already close to the edge of the whirlpool, where he could see the sky. His body was also unceasingly moving, and below him, it really was like a gigantic mouth of death was devouring everything. This was truly just like a death gate. Long Fei could not accept it and roared angrily, "Do I need to be afraid of a whirlpool? F." In front of the huge suction force, not to mention the huge emperor, even the aircraft carrier would not be able to withstand it. This wasn't it. The most important thing was that what Long Fei was really doing to resist the strong suction force was very strong. In the depths of the turbid ocean, a golden light flashed, and the golden light became stronger and stronger. In the end, it was as dazzling as the sun. Song Qianqian shouted loudly, "There's a demon beast." They could not see the golden light, but Long Fei could see it clearly. Long Fei was excited. "Damn, to think that we would be fighting a boss at this time. The heck, is he trying to take my life?" It was a boss, and a super boss at that. The golden light emitted from his body was extremely intense. Long Fei felt his heart itch, but it was very difficult for him to even take a step forward, not to mention caring about the boss or not. The golden light was getting closer and closer to Long Fei. The powerful aura rushed into Long Fei's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the boss demon beast seemed to increase its speed. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly. "I'll go." This boss was a giant. Super giant. A strange-looking giant, a giant with gills on his face. Yen Huang ancestor said slightly. "The giant beast under deep sea race." Long Fei said, "Ancestor, we do not care what race he is from, think of something." Long Fei's body was sucked in by the swirling power. If he did not struggle with all his might, he would be instantly swallowed by the huge mouth. If Long Fei struggled with all his might, he would only be able to hold on and would not be able to take half a step forward. His heart went mad. The giant beast under deep sea stood in front of Long Fei. Emperor was also considered huge, but in front of this giant beast under deep sea, he was like an ant, incomparably weak. Song Qianqian stared at the huge demon and said, "Long Fei, what do we do?" Long Fei said, "Generally, the eyes of monsters in the deep seas aren't very good. Right now, we can only pray that it won't be able to see us." "He can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Ling Long followed up. "I can't see senior brother, I can't see senior brother, I can't see." Long Fei wanted to explode. However, in this situation, let alone killing a boss, even if it didn't kill the boss, it would still burn incense. Ah! Long Fei shouted hysterically. He frantically attacked and felt uncomfortable being stared at by a boss. Moreover, the boss was staring at him and did nothing at all. Bit by bit, Long Fei used all of his strength and walked forward with his life on the line. As he was getting further and further away from the vortex, Long Fei muttered to himself in his heart, "I'm still a little bit away from it. I'm still a little bit away from it." Ling Long was still chanting, "It can't see the senior brother, it can't see the senior brother." Song Qianqian also followed, "Just a bit more. Long Fei, you can do it." As long as he could break through the whirlpool, he would be safe. The suction force grew lighter and lighter, and Long Fei's speed increased bit by bit. He was also excited in his heart. Ha ha! I guessed it right, all the life forms in the deep sea are blind, ha ha. But, before he could finish rejoicing, a string of huge bubbles appeared in the sea water. On the surface of the sea, an incomparably huge mace cut through the surface of the sea, causing huge waves to roll in the air as it was thrown downwards. Walala! 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 His strength soared as he heavily smashed down, completely ignoring Hai Shui's assistance. Danger! Yan Huang ancestor shouted. Song Qianqian immediately protected Ling Long and said to Long Fei, "Hurry!" Long Fei also felt the powerful force above his head crushing down. The anger in his heart roiled, not because of the boss's actions, but because the boss had always been toying with him. When he was about to charge out of the whirlpool, he smashed the rod down again. What was this called? This is called a game. It was like playing with a monkey, letting you be cocky, letting you be cocky, letting you be cocky as much as you want. How cocky? That was the trick. Long Fei was truly angry, but, no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do. He could only try his best to avoid it. However, his speed was too slow. Bam! The mace smashed down heavily, smashing onto Emperor's back. Crack! With the bones on his back broken, Long Fei's body caved in and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The system beep. Ding! System notification. Player's beast transformation mode is heavily injured. Please quickly recover your real face. Ding! System notification. Player's beast transformation mode is heavily injured. Please quickly recover your real face. The system glowed red. This move of the boss's was a critical hit to Long Fei. Long Fei clenched his teeth and advanced forward with all his might. Walala! The giant beast under deep sea smashed down with its mace again, and once more smashed onto Emperor's back. Emperor's body was about to break. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he roared in his heart, "F***ck your ancestors." Bam! Another staff shot down. The Emperor's body had already been broken. If Long Fei didn't return to the real face, he would die along with him. Chapter 840 Arrest. Chapter 840 Arrest. The system's red alert continuously flashed. If he didn't return to the real face, Long Fei would die with him due to Emperor's death. But, if he transformed back into the real face, Song Qianqian and Ling Long might die. F***ck. Death gate right. I'm giving it my all. Long Fei had no other choice. He was already retreating, and no longer had the strength to struggle anymore. Looking at the mason giant beast under deep sea's hands smashing down once again, he cursed in his heart, "As long as I don't die, you just wait. You guys are holding on tight." Long Fei suddenly retracted his power. A powerful vortex of energy directly sucked him into the water. Rumble! The giant beast under deep sea's staff struck empty air, but he saw that when Long Fei was swept into the vortex, he revealed a cold smile, which was extremely terrifying. Long Fei's heart sank and thought to himself, "It's over." The reason why the giant beast under deep sea had been attacking him this entire time was because they wanted to blast him into the whirlpool and drag him into the mouth of death. What exactly was below Death Gate? Ah! The sky and earth spun, and Long Fei's power had already completely lost balance. As it went down, the power became denser and denser, and he could not hold it in at all. Ding! Red alert! Ding! Red alert, please quickly recover real face. Red alert, please quickly recover real face. Emperor's body had already reached its limit. His health point was less than 100 points. It was useless even if Long Fei used his rebirth technique, as his health point had decreased too quickly. Don't blind lousy. I know. Long Fei roared in his heart. He was very clear about the current situation, but he was even more clear about the situation between Song Qianqian and Ling Long. If Long Fei suddenly changed back to the real face, they would be flung out, and their bodies would be smashed into pieces. Even the Golden Immortal or Yuan Xian Realm Powerhouse would not be able to take it at this time. Long Fei used his last breath and directly broke through the ocean's surface and rushed into the eye of the vortex. It was also at this time. The giant beast under deep sea smashed down with its staff. The huge wave came crashing down, destroying Long Fei's last bit of hope to escape. Long Fei paid his respects to this giant beast under deep sea's 18 generations of ancestors 18 times. There's no way to live right? I'll fight it out with you. He turned around. He fell down from the eye of the whirlpool. I want to see what you are going to do down there. There was no other way. The heavens had no door, so he could only enter the earth. The first time. This was the first time Long Fei had been beaten into a human by a boss, and he was extremely angry in his heart. But he really had no other choice, and the strength of this giant beast under deep sea was too strong. As long as your father doesn't die, I will definitely come back to cripple you. Long Fei continuously descended, and his health point also continued to decrease. The system was still issuing the red alert. Long Fei still did not waver, and continued to crazily descend. Endure it, you must endure it. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Walala! Suddenly, Long Fei and the other two fell into the deepest part of the cave, and were engulfed by a huge dark mouth. In that instant, Long Fei and the others felt as if they had fallen into another space. A burst of darkness suddenly became blinding. He fell down from the sky. With only one last bit of health point remaining, Long Fei looked down and his heart relaxed slightly. He said in an incomparably weak voice, "The rest, you all." Not waiting for him to finish, the idea moved, returned to real face. Whoosh! Long Fei had recovered the real face's flesh, but he had also sunk into a coma. Emperor's body did not disappear, but when Long Fei recovered the real face's body, he was split into 2 pieces. Dead. Just 1 more second and Long Fei will die with him. Ding. System notification. The beast transformation mode Emperor is dead, unable to turn into a beast again. Long Fei said in his consciousness, "Giant beast under deep sea, I'll definitely kill you." His consciousness also fainted. Song Qianqian's gaze tensed up. Long Fei. Controlling the air, he hugged Long Fei. Ling Long frowned, releasing the rosefinch blood vessel's power, creating a pair of colorful wings behind her back. She was also floating in the air. Senior brother. Tears fell down. She couldn't help it. Song Qianqian looked around and said, "It's fine, he's just too weak and fainted." And then, she looked at the wings behind Linglong's back and was slightly surprised. Vein of ancient rosefinch. Linglong anxiously asked, "Sister Qian, is senior brother really all right?" Song Qianqian recovered his expression and said, "I'll be fine after I rest for a while." The two of them slowly descended from the high skies. Below them was another world, a continent, and a lush and verdant forest beneath their feet. In the distance was a large city. However, he was utterly defeated, as though he had suffered a calamity. Song Qianqian looked at his surroundings and muttered, "Just what kind of place is this?" Her heart trembled. Could it be the dragon domain? This was a special world. A world at the bottom of the sea. Ling Long continued. This could be the Transu, the lost continent. Song Qianqian was startled, and said, You mean the Transu Empire who disappeared even earlier than the Dragon Domain? The most powerful empire in the West? Ling Long nodded her head. I'm not sure either, but senior brother mentioned the Transu Empire. Song Qianqian looked at Long Fei, who was in his embrace, and thought to himself, could it be that he's not here to look for Dragon Body Tomb? Or should I say, the Dragon Body Tomb is on this lost continent. Because of the disappearance of the apocalypse, the dragon race rose in power and dominated the gods' martial continent. After that, the apocalypse followed the descent of the apocalypse. Does this mean the lost continent is related to the dragon race? Song Qianqian's forehead was locked tight. She felt that the Transu must be related to the dragon race, and her instincts told her that it was very likely that the Dragon Body Tomb was somewhere in the lost continent. Long Fei, who exactly are you? Son of the Prophet? Someone from the Long family? Or, you are basically a member of the dragon race? Song Qianqian was becoming more and more confused by the dragon. The more they were together, the more he couldn't see clearly. Bam! Bam! The two of them landed on the ground. Song Qianqian slowly put Long Fei down, and the two of them looked around the forest. Her delicate nose twitched and she said, Sister Qian, did you notice that something was wrong? Song Qianqian also had a bad feeling about this. She could feel something moving underground, and a strange aura was emanating from it. Suddenly, Ling Long fell to the ground, fainting. There's poison in the air. Song Qianqian's cultivation was very strong, but she was only able to persevere for a few more seconds before she fainted. After she fainted, an old deep voice sounded. A towering tree laughed. Welcome to my world. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.